Boy, I tell you, you take a week off and people log you out.
You got to stay in place, man. You got to stay there, fight for your position.
I'm
You
telling
should see your office. It's a coat closet now.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Mayor Anderson, we're live on YouTube.
Okay. We're going to call the November 9th, 2020 Lafayette City Council meeting to order. Let the record reflect that all council members are present via Zoom. That takes us to adoption of agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda? Okay, do I have a motion?
Move we adopt the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we'll take a quick roll call vote. Councilmember Burks?
Yes, but may I make one comment?
Oh, yes, please do. Yeah.
I definitely support the motion, but would ask if it's okay. I have an important call at 7 o'clock that will go to 8 o'clock. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, I'll relieve myself just for that hour and try to get back as soon as possible, if that's okay with you.
That's perfectly fine. I was aware of that. I was just going to make that announcement when we got into the open session at 7, but it doesn't matter. That's fine. So
Okay.
Now everybody understands what's happening. And I think the real hope is that you can be back in time for our big item.
Absolutely.
So that'll be great.
Thank you.
Okay, understood.
So it's aye for me.
On the agenda, yes. Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. So we will move ahead to public comments on items that are on for our closed session tonight. Do we have any public comments on our closed session item?
I don't see any hands raised right now, Mayor Anderson, but if someone does want to make a public comment on the closed session items, they can use the raise your hand function or *9. Give it a minute.
Okay.
Okay, no public comment.
Okay, fine. So with that, we will now go into closed session, and we intend to be back in open session at 7 o'clock. So in the meantime, we will do our closed session item and then report back at 7 p.m. So council, I'll see you in closed session.
You're watching the Lafayette City Council meeting, which is in closed session, and you're either on Zoom or YouTube. And as I said, the city council is in closed session. They should be coming out by 7 o'clock, and they'll have a report on their closed session items. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with you at 7. Okay, you're watching the Lafayette City Council meeting, which is currently in closed session. Council members will rejoin the open session probably about 7 o'clock. So please stay tuned and we'll be back with you at 7. Thanks. Okay, you are watching the Lafayette City Council meeting. They're still in closed session, so we expect them out around 7, which is about 3 or 4 minutes away, but they may be in closed session for a while longer. So stay tuned. I'll let you know when they're back. We'll be rejoining the open session of the meeting shortly. Thanks. So council members, if you are rejoining the meeting, if you could put your hands up, that would be, or your hand up, use the hand up function. That'd be great. We got a lot of people in here to help me identify you much quicker so we could start the meeting up. Hi, Teresa, how are you? There's
Good.
Mayor Anderson's joining us now. Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey there, Mayor Anderson. Any other council members, please raise your hand. We got a big crowd. There's one. Big crowd out there.
Mhm.
Okay. He's not a council member anymore, but I recognize his name. Never mind who.
Okay,
Let's see.
Councilmember Burks will not be with us until he's coming back at 8. So we'll make that announcement once we.
Okay, then we're just, I think, waiting for Narup at this point. Let's see. Do you want to wait for Narup or?
Well, I think the city manager might be interested in what we discussed.
I
don't
think she
know.
might. Do not see her out here. Oh, here she is. Okay. All right, hold on one second.
Excellent.
Okay, great. Okay, Mayor Anderson, you're back live on YouTube.
Okay, thank you very much. We are back in open session and we have no action from closed session to report. We also have a change in our roll call status. Councilmember Burks is on a critical call related to his work. So he's excused absent. He's expected to return at 8 o'clock to rejoin us on our normal open agenda. So we will be 4 council members until around 8 o'clock. So with that, we come to public comments. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, but within the purview of the city of Lafayette. And you're allowed 3 minutes to speak. Do we have any public comments on items not on the agenda?
All right, so I don't see any hands up now, but if someone would like to make some public comment on a non-agenda item, please use *9 if you're on the phone, or the raise your hand function if you are on Zoom. And with that, Mayor Anderson, I don't see any hands going up.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll move on to presentations, item 8A. And we have an update from our youth commission.
Okay, Youth Commission, you're on.
Howdy.
Hello, City Council. I also have co-chairs Anna Yanikos and Leah Makarowicz here too. And we're going to start off by showing you a video, our update video, and then they will give you a little update themselves. And we'd love to hear from you as well. So let me see if I can share this.
We can't hear anything.
Yes, Stephen, you need to use the share in the audio settings, video settings, share computer audio.
Okay, 1 second. Let's see.
We're the LYC.
We are the LYC. We are the LYC, and this is our 2020 update. As this unique year comes to an
Was it working at all that time or no?
Yes.
Yep, you're good to go. Go for it.
Cool.
We're the LYC.
I can't hear it again.
Okay, we don't have any sound, Stephen.
I wonder, oh,
Stephen, I think you have to stay unmuted.
I just realized I probably have to do that. So let's try. Third time's a charm. We got this.
And kick up the volume a little bit.
We are the LYC. We are the LYC, and this is our 2020 update. As this unique year comes to an end, the LYC was still able to serve the community. Here's a recap of what we did.
To start out the year in November, the LYC purchased carts full of toys to donate to Toys for Tots. It is always rewarding to deliver these to Toys for Tots to support local families.
January, the LYC worked with the Creeks Commission to help stop erosion alongside the creek across from the Veterans Memorial Building in Lafayette. It was a beautiful day for planting, and it will be fun to watch it grow over the years.
Next, the LYC volunteered at the sold-out father-daughter neon dance. Dads and daughters grabbed their glow sticks and danced the night away. The LYC enjoyed leading everyone through various crafts and games at the event.
In February, the LYC hosted the Tri-City Dance. 7th and 8th graders from all Lomorna middle schools came out to dance and play games with their friends in a fun and environment. The dance featured an inflatable bungee run, air hockey, and foosball teams. Dance attendees filled a large basket full of canned food items that were then donated to the Contra Costa Bank.
Tri-City Dance, a Brighter Day rock band showcase, the 3-on-3 basketball tournament, and volunteering at the Community Center Foundation's Bunny Brunch was in the works for the spring, but all were canceled due to the shelter-in-place order. We are looking forward to continuing these events in the future.
The Lafayette Youth Commission is looking forward to getting back to hosting and volunteering at events. We are currently researching various options like a virtual teen talent showcase or an outdoor movie night. But in the meantime, we will continue to serve the community. One of the ways we are doing this is with our mask wearing campaign, where we encourage youth and masks to help stop the spread.
Instead of the haunted house this year, the LYC decorated the Lafayette Community Center for the first Halloween dress-up drive and waved to all the cars as they drove by on Halloween.
Proceeds from the haunted house are used to purchase Toys for Tots or to make donations to organizations that support youth in the community. This year, the LYC will be hosting their own toy drive instead of purchasing toys. Toys should be new and original packaging and can be dropped off at the Lafayette Community Center from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. The toys will then be donated to Toys for Tots.
The LYC is planning to get involved with more service opportunities and to stay actively involved in the community. We're looking forward to being a part of the General Plan Advisory Committee and to be a voice for the youth while on it.
The Youth Commission is always looking for more opportunities to serve and support youth in the community. Please let us know how we can help. And make sure to follow us on Instagram and Facebook to see what we are up to. Though this year is different from years past, it was a great year to come together and support one another. We are looking forward to making new and creative ways to support our community in the next year. Thank you for watching and see you next time.
All right, very nice. So there was a lot of things that were done. Is there a follow-up on the report? Anna, Leah, any comments, thoughts?
Leah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, I was the one who designed the mask campaign. If you guys saw that, it was the social media posts that we put out on our Instagram, the little mask that start a trend to stop the spread. And so just as usual during these times, it's very important to wear a mask, and especially youth, because I think we can be a little bit more oblivious to the pandemic and its realities. And so the LYC continues to promote the mask campaign among youth and members of Lafayette. And we are looking forward for the rest of 2020 and the rest of 2021 to look at safe and social distancing events that we can host or volunteer at. And yeah, just really excited to finish this year and see what next year looks like.
Sounds good. Anna, any thoughts?
Yeah, kind of just reiterating that we're really pushing for people to be safe and wear masks, and if we do hold events, to keep them safe. And then we're also just really excited to be a part of the General Plan Advisory Committee. I think they already had one meeting where the LYC representatives attended, and I think they're having another pretty soon, which is really exciting. And then also, if there's anything from you guys that you want us to look forward to or like start doing this year, let us know, because we're always open to suggestions and new ideas. Or yeah,
Excellent.
any questions of the video.
Okay, so any questions from council members or comments? Just impressed, huh? Me too. Always impressed. Always impressed. So you got, Therese, Councilmember Geringer.
So first of all, good to see you. I know that Mayor Anderson and I are very fortunate to be the liaisons to the Youth Commission. So always exciting to interview and see the new members coming forward. And so thank you very much. I know that this has caused everyone to pivot, and just seeing your video really shows that you didn't let this having to shelter in place and be virtual get in the way of still getting things done. And so thank you for using this opportunity also to remind all of us that you have a toy drive going on and that we can all come and donate toys. I think it was November 2nd through the 11th. If I read it quickly and in there, and also thank you very much for kind of, I guess, owning that we all need to be really diligent about the masks, and for, encouraging your peers and all of us to learn from that. And so I will sign up for Instagram and your Facebook to keep up with everything that's going on, and really appreciate that you're using all those tools to help keep us safe and remind us. So thank you for being great leaders. And remember, it goes both ways. If you're asking us for ideas, but if you think of things that we could do to be helpful to you, please let us know. And your representatives on the general plan did a great job representing at the first meeting. And we'll look forward to working with them and hearing your voices through all of that. So thank you.
Other comments from council members? Anything? So I just had a question. The toy drive is great. Are you going to get some space on the city signboard there in front of Safeway to advertise that? Is that something you've looked at?
It's a good idea. I will check in about that for sure.
I think there's some people who have some influence on that actually on this call right now. I'm looking at the city clerk. Maybe we can sneak something in. Great idea. I'll have to go out and get some toys so that I can make a contribution. Thank you all very much for all the work you've done and what you're going to do going forward. It's always impressive, the youth in this city.
Yes.
Great folks. So thank you, both of you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
All righty. Bye-bye. Okay. I didn't ask Stephen, was there anything else, or did we cover everything? I guess we did. Okay, good. All right. So with that, we'll move to our legislation committee's report, recap on 2020 legislative amendments. And I know we also have Don Tatson, I think, wanting to give us a update from Glazer's office as what's going on from his perspective. So if we can let him into the meeting also, Jeff, that would be great.
Okay, he's joining the meeting now, Mayor Anderson.
Okay, excellent. And I don't know, Councilmember Bliss, if you want to kick this off since you are the one liaison member from the council to the committee.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor Anderson. I'll just kick this off just really briefly to set the stage a little bit. So we're going to hear a sort of legislative update from our friends at Townsend. Thank you, Casey, for being here today. And again, as I've said many times before, thank you for the excellent guidance and information we've gotten during the course of the last year on the legislative front. Thanks also to Don Tatson from Senator Glazer's office for being here today. One of the things that we'll get to in a little bit is, you know, as chair of the legislation committee, one of the things that we've really, as a committee and as a council, prided ourselves on in the last couple of years was having this sort of living document of our legislative agenda that can not only give us kind of a true north for how we think about legislative affairs, but also can adapt to changing circumstances out there in the world. And needless to say, unfortunately, the last couple of years have brought us a lot of changes and a lot of challenges in terms of the external environment, in terms of wildfires, COVID, the economy, and other things. So in a little bit, we'll get to some proposed changes, or I should say revisions to that legislative agenda going forward. But before we get to that, I want to turn it over to Nirup and Casey and I think primarily Casey, but for kind of an update on how things wrapped up with the legislative session this past fall, and then kind of teeing things up for next year as well. So thank you, Casey.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'll provide a brief kind of summary of what we saw at the end of the 2020 session, which, to be honest, feels like 1,000 years ago now. But the legislature finished their work at the end of August, and then the governor considered bills throughout the month of September. So really, it wasn't much more than, I guess 5 or 6 weeks ago that the 2020 legislative session officially wrapped up. Just really briefly, information within your packet, as you can see, in 2020, the city, through the legislative committee and through council, took positions on 15 bills, pretty much split evenly between support and opposed positions, with 8 support positions, 7 opposed positions. Of those, 4 measures were ultimately sent to the governor for his consideration. The bills that are there in your packet, AB 725, the city had requested a veto. That bill was ultimately signed by the governor. It makes some modifications for how you're going to have to plan for moderate and above moderate housing in the RHNA cycle. The next measure, Assembly Member 1196 by Assemblymember Gibson, the city supported. That measure, you may recall, puts in statewide prohibitions for law enforcement agencies authorizing carotid restraint holds and other chokeholds. In similar veins, the city also supported AB 2054 by Assemblymember Comlager, which would have created a pilot program that would have helped provide some funding for community organizations to participate in some non-emergency response efforts. Ultimately, that bill was vetoed by the governor. I should note within his veto message, the governor did indicate that that's probably something that should be considered within the budget process. And then there's some inside baseball about what state agency is probably most appropriate for it to land on. So that issue, I think, is probably something we'll see come back in a budget discussion. So not to kind of close the door on that one. And then the fourth measure was Senate Bill 182 by Senator Jackson, which you may recall was actually a bill from 2019, which kind of got rekindled towards the end of the legislative session this year, which would have made some modifications to planning, particularly in high severity fire zones. Ultimately, that bill was vetoed by the governor. It sounds like within the governor's veto message, there's some more policy-related issues that would need to be worked through. Balancing the fire protection with not wanting to, create too many limits on housing development. So, so those were the 4 measures, again, that the city had taken positions on that ultimately moved down through the legislative, through the legislative process to the governor. Taking a step back, as we all know, I mean, 2020 was just kind of a crazy year, unprecedented year. When we look at the legislature and the activity that they did in terms of volume, just to kind of put a perspective on it, I mean, ultimately the governor was able to consider 428 bills, of which he signed 372 and vetoed 56. So the veto rate, kind of starting there, about 13%. That's pretty much typical with in line with what we've seen in Newsom's first year, as well as most of the years of Brown's kind of last 8 years of his administration. However, the total number of bills, I mean, the numbers that I have go back to Reagan's governorship, and 372 bills is the lowest number by half of any year dating back to the 60s. So, I mean, it's just obviously you can't really stress enough the impact that the pandemic had on the legislative cycle. I'm sure Don can definitely attest to that. I mean, just the difficulties of operating the legislature. So really, as a result, we saw the legislature really have to kind of prioritize and focus. So we saw a lot of focus continued to be on housing, wildfires, public safety, and police reform. And really outside of those topics, it was just kind of handfuls of bills here and there. So, as we move into 21, I think we can probably expect the legislature to be more robust in what they're able to consider, though, depending upon where we are as a state with the pandemic. I mean, there still may have to be some modifications to the legislative process to factor in all of those items. As we talk about looking back at 2020, I think I've mentioned this before. I mean, I think it's really going to be remembered again more for what didn't happen than what did. As we look in the Wayback Machine, January of 2020, we were still talking about SB 50. We were talking about large scale housing production legislation. In the wake of the defeat of SB 50, the Pro Tem convened a working group to talk about housing production legislation. And obviously, a lot of those plans kind of fell by the wayside due to the pandemic. And then the housing legislation that did emerge through towards some of the dynamics at the end of session ultimately either didn't get considered, didn't have time to be considered in both houses. So I think that there's a lot of members are going to feel like there's a lot of unfinished business as it relates to housing. So, of the, I think 12 bills that were part of the Senate's package, really only a handful of those made it through the process, including, as we know, the Pro Tem's major bills stalled over in the Senate, or excuse me, over in the Assembly on the last night of session. And I think we're going to probably see the continuations of some of these themes that we saw in 2020 on the police reform, social justice issues. As we know, that was really kind of set in motion by the events surrounding the death of George Floyd. Just where the legislature was in their process, there wasn't full time to consider a lot of those policy bills. So the ones that we did see, I don't want to say are necessarily the easier ones, but I think they tended to be a little less controversial, or something that could be handled within the abbreviated time frame that the legislature had to consider those measures. So there were other bills, AB 1506 by Assembly McCarty, which was signed into law, which creates a process by which the Attorney General's office can look into incidents with the police officers that involved the death of unarmed civilians. So that measure did get signed into law, which was good. That's something the Assembly member's been working on for quite some time, predating Mr. Floyd's death. But I think we're going to see more bills like that. I mean, I think there were a lot of members, again, that felt like there was some unfinished business. And then, as we look at wildfires, for example, in 2020, a lot of that legislation was budget driven. The governor and the legislature were able to put revenues, some dedicated revenue into the budget, as they had some foresight, anticipating we were going to be looking at another busy wildfire season, which unfortunately has been the case. I think that there's going to be continued interest. The legislature's already had one hearing during the interim to look at prevention of wildfire. No, I don't think it's going to be surprising to anyone here. I mean, the legislature probably spends 10 to 1 on suppression versus prevention into wildfire efforts. So I think there's going to be some focus on what can we do to start preventing some of these, and obviously what's going to work in Lafayette may be different than what's going to work in other portions of the state, Southern California. So I think the state's going to have an interesting time trying to figure out how to move forward on those items. And then I think the last thing I'll briefly touch on is the continued focus on COVID legislation. Within the legislature, there was a lot of focus at the end of session, particularly around the issue of evictions, tenant protections. We saw the passage of AB 3088 on the last night of session. It was signed by the governor on the same day, which does provide some protections from eviction. Renters do have to pay 25% of their rents. There was some middle ground to try to make sure that landlords were receiving some revenue, some income, even if it wasn't going to be their full amount. The major provisions of that bill, though, do sunset at the end of January. So I think the legislature is going to be dealing with that issue very soon upon when they come in December and January. I mean, it's definitely going to be an issue that's going to be at the top of their mind. A lot of the members that were involved in those discussions, again, I mean, the art of the compromise, right? So I think they still feel like they left some good policy on the table, and we'll probably want to revisit that. Outside of the 3088, you did see some provisions related to workers' compensation, employee protections, kind of, I don't say necessarily fringe items of COVID, but kind of just dealing with some of the impacts, obviously. So I think we'll continue to see those moving forward. Obviously, as the governor releases his budget in January, I would think we can expect to see some COVID type response items within the budget, or at least modifications over where we were last year, some planning. So yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot of similar themes in 21 as we did in 20, but more. just because we'll hopefully have a full complement of the legislative session. So with that, happy to take any questions or any comments that might be out there.
Okay, so do we have any questions from council members?
I had a question. I don't want to cut off anyone that might want to pose any questions as well, because I've had a chance to meet with Casey, obviously, over the last couple of months. But one thing I was just because of the timing, fact that it's coming up in the next week or so. So the Legislative Analyst Office fiscal forecast will be out. It's usually out around the 15th. So I guess next week sometime, if not later this week. Casey, so I know that obviously even with the downturn, our revenues have been, a little bit more protected than some states just because of how our revenue structure is set up. Briefly speaking, anything you're kind of looking for in the fiscal forecast? And I just asked because that, sort of tees up the week of session in December, and then obviously tees up the governor's proposal for January, just particularly on the budget side. So anything just briefly that when you guys think about what might be coming down the pike on that forecast, any kind of top lines?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big one is, it sounds kind of obvious to say, but is revenue, right? Obviously the legislature passed a budget with certain revenues in mind. It was passed with the trigger off cuts. So in anticipation of federal funding, which did not materialize, but the budget was structured in such a way that there were no additional cuts when it didn't materialize. Since the legislature approved their budget and a couple of trailer bills at the end of session, revenues have actually been higher than projected. The Department of Finance indicated that in October alone, revenues came in $2 billion higher than projected. I think for me, I mean, more of a January issue, but as was anyone who looked at the stock market today, I mean, the stock market is still performing well, which obviously ends up being a large source of some revenue spikes in good years. So that will be, I think, a big contributor to this, to the bottom line. Obviously, we have still large numbers of unemployment. So you do have the depressed economic activity that we would normally associate with, which is kind of a normally humming economy. And then I think it will be interesting to see what the legislature and the administration plan for federal COVID funding. The indications are from the governor's office as recently as today that they expect to receive federal funding. Obviously, Speaker Pelosi has been pushing aggressively to have state and local funding included as part of the Phase 4 stimulus. To be determined, I think, as to if we see a Phase 4 stimulus in a lame duck session. I think regardless that, if there isn't, then presumably on a Biden administration, you would think that COVID would be one of the first topics they want to deal with in late January. So, which aligns well with the state's budget, budget priorities. It would be great for the state if that could come in the first half of the year so they could factor some of that into the current fiscal year and not just all into fiscal year 21-22. But I think it's really going to be a revenue-driven budget. I think that a lot of lawmakers, even though the legislature will continue to be heavily super driven, by the super majorities of the Democrats. I mean, we didn't necessarily see a large appetite on election day for revenue increases. What's kind of these overwhelming things. I don't know if the legislature is going to feel comfortable, considering, something like a tax increase or something to generate revenue. So I think that revenue will still be the driver of all conversations, at least in the first half of the year.
Great. Thank you, Casey.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Casey, thank you as always. Don, love to hear what Senator Glazer has been up to and what you've been up to. So give us a report.
Well, thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I'm really here to give an update on behalf of Senator Glazer as to the legislative issue. And effectively, it's a repeat of what Casey just said. I'll focus a little more on what the senator did. As you know, this was a shortened session. For months, the Senate did not meet in person, and senators were often attending meetings remotely, just like you do, so that the opportunities for making deals over meetings in the hallways didn't exist. And that clearly affected the legislative cycle. He tried to focus on issues that were critical to the state regarding the pandemic, wildfire danger, and of course the legislature spent a lot of time looking at housing shortages. One of the things that the senator did was to promote 3 bills that dealt with the impacts of wildfires. The good news is all of those were passed by the Assembly. The bad news is that none of them passed, all of them were passed by the Senate. The bad news is that none of them were passed by the Assembly in time. But the follow-on good news is that all of them are being implemented either by the PUC, the utilities, or the air quality boards. So his legislation will in effect become in effect even without the legislation being passed. There were a lot of things that, like the housing bills that got approved and just ran out of time, like the short-term rental bill that was triggered by the issue in Orinda. Mm-hmm. So as we look forward to this year, I wanted to say that one of the things that the senator did was play a behind-the-scenes role in getting Prop 19 configured and put on the ballot. And when I checked a little earlier today, that was passing by about 52%. That changes the provisions by which seniors can transfer the basis in their real estate to a new property, but is also expected to generate about $1 billion a year in new revenue that will be dedicated largely to fire protection over time. As we look forward to the 2021 year, recognizing that bills can start being submitted on January 1st. So if you have ideas, we would love to hear about them. We think that it's going to focus again on a handful of issues facing the state. It is not clear whether this is going to be a normal free-flowing session or it's going to be constrained again. The fact that cases in California are going up make it less likely that it's going to be free form. But we think that the major issues that are going to be addressed will be fallout from the pandemic, wildfire prevention and recovery, housing affordability and the homeless, and all of this against the backdrop of the state economy. As Casey mentioned, and I agree, the big issue is revenue. There is hope that sometime, either in the lame duck session or early in the next session, that there will be some federal relief for state and local governments. But it's too early to tell whether it will occur and how big it will be. In terms of the senator's priorities for next year, one is to provide relief to local governments hard hit by the pandemic. Second is improving mental health programs, especially for youth and those at risk of homelessness. He did carry a bill that was promoted by some people in the district for a mental health license plate, just like there's an environmental license plate and a Tahoe license plate. Once again, it was caught up in the limited schedule. We're spending a lot of time thinking about improving wildfire mitigation. There was the relatively successful North Orinda fire reduction or fuel reduction program. We're looking to include those, make it easier to do prescribed burns, and bring back some of the issues we had with PSPS and cell phones and the medically vulnerable. One of the senator's focuses has been on better accountability, and in that area, the state's data regarding infectious diseases is not what it should be. So he had legislation that essentially we took off the table when we had to cut the number of bills. That's likely to come back. And we'll bring back some issues that he introduced last year, like the short-term rental bill, a new state park, possibly the higher education bond again, and sales tax reform, and your ideas. So with that, I'm also happy to answer questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Don, for taking the time to give us that information. Are there any questions from council members for Senator Glazer's representative? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Real quick. So the short-term rental bill, remind me exactly what that was again, especially if he's bringing it back.
So we remember the incident in Orinda.
Yes.
And the complication was that jurisdictions can pass regulations regarding short-term rentals, but the state controls how much you can fine somebody who violates the regulation. So what this bill did was to increase the amount of fine to basically make it painful or more painful. And it was generally supported, but ran out of time. So it would essentially be doing that. And then each city could decide what regulation it wishes to adopt.
Great. One more quick one. SB 182, do you think it'll come back?
Remind me what SB 182
That's
was.
the Jackson, that's the wildfire one. That's Casey. You were talking about that.
It'll come back in some form, coupled with what we're likely to introduce. I think there's going to be a fair amount of wildfire legislation.
Okay.
Okay, other council members' questions? Okay, do we have any public comment on this item?
Okay, we had one hand raised, it just went down. But if there is someone that has public comment for this item, please use the *9 key on your phone or use the raise your hand function. Okay, we have somebody here. Mary Ann Hoisington will be joining me. Okay, Mary Ann, you are on. So if you unmute yourself, you're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask Don Tatson and also the City Council for some help, please. Each of us got in our bill, we got from PG&E a notice that said that they are going to go to the Public Utilities Commission to ask for permission to change the rates of the power charge that they charge us. They want to charge the people who buy the power from them less, and those of us who buy the power, and in Lafayette it would be from Marin Clean Energy, more. And it seems to me like this is a horrible situation because those of us who want to save the earth and buy the clean energy are going to be charged more because PG&E wants to do that. And of course, we all pay PG&E for the delivery. But the decision in the beginning when we joined Marin Clean Energy was a relationship with a PG&E, and I think they're going back on that. And so I'm asking the city to look into this, please, because you encouraged us to go with Marin Clean Energy, and I'm not discouraging that. I wanted to do that. But I think the city has some responsibility to stand up for us now. And I'm hoping that Senator Glazer will also look into this. I contacted Assemblywoman Rebecca Bauer-Cahn's office, and I haven't heard back from her. So perhaps the senator will do something about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marianne. I don't know, Don or Casey, do you have any comment or response to that question?
Well, I think that the city's representative to the MCE board might be more informed than at least I am right now.
Okay. Well, I am that representative, and we haven't had a meeting since PG&E came forward with this proposal. So it's kind of new to me too. I have not heard of anything that's being done to stop it, but they are having hearings on this proposal right now.
I would say in general, these are decisions that the state leaves to the PUC.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean that they're not subject to influence, but it's not something that the legislature or the governor has to approve separately.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment?
Right now, I do not see any hands up for public comment. If you do have a public comment, please use the raise your hand function. And no public comment.
Okay, well, Don, thank you very much for your time on this item. Appreciate it very much. Good to see you. And Casey, as always, it's good to see you. Thank you for your work. I know we have some fingers up now. Everyone's pointing their fingers in the air. That's great. Vice Mayor Candell. I'm sorry.
Hey, Cam's back. Welcome back, Cam.
Hey,
so on the SB 182, I've had a couple people ask me if we as a city can take, because it was passed by our Senate and Assembly and then vetoed by the governor. Are there pieces in there that we can enact locally as a stopgap measure until the next one comes back around?
I would have to read it and get back to you, and I will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Narup, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like, Casey's back. Thank you, because he helped with the updating of the ledge agenda and should be available to answer questions.
Okay, good enough. Any other questions for our representatives? Okay, with that, thank you for the report. We have Councilmember Burks has rejoined us early. That's great. Thank you, Councilmember Burks. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on to item 10A under old business.
Mayor,
yes.
Before you move on, it looked like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looked like there was an action item for that matter to accept the update and approve amendments to the adopted legislative agenda.
Very good. Okay, I'm sorry, let's go back. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. Councilmember Bliss, can you walk us through this action?
Hold on one second. We've lost him, but he will be back.
Okay.
I hope.
Well,
hold on one sec. All right. Here comes Stephen Bliss.
So I don't know if you heard Councilmember Bliss, but we do have an action at the recommendation end of this last item. So we're back to that.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. I got somehow kicked out sort of unexpectedly right as this item was kind of coming up. So thank you for Jeff for bringing me back in. I appreciate it. So I would just direct council's attention to the the amended legislative agenda. It is after the bills summary portion of this staff report. And it is, let's see, it's about what, 5 pages? Yeah, 5 pages. And I won't walk you through all the changes. I expect you probably had a chance to look at this, but this is largely reflective of some comments that council had provided earlier in the year, and also reflects some other updates from Narup and Townsend. And then also I had, in reviewing it a few weeks ago, had suggested some updates as well. So again, I won't walk you through the entire update line by line, but if you look at the staff report, you'll see a markup, a red line of the changes. A lot of them had to do with just updating it, updating the date to reflect the new date of legislative session. Some of it was moving portions around to better organize it. So we brought some sections from local control over into the housing section. There's some other just organizational changes we made. Some of the more substantive changes are on the bottom of page 3 under public health and safety, where you'll see some added language, particularly related to the pandemic. So around the funds to purchase PPE for first responders and others, and making sure that localities have flexibility that they need to respond to public health emergencies. So that's all at the bottom of page 3. And on page 4, some language around law enforcement and allowing local localities the ability to respond to law enforcement issues as they rise. And there's some language here at the bottom of page 4 around telecommuting. So everything in here is in red line in terms of updated changes, and I'm sorry, recommended changes, and then other updates. And so Narup, myself, Councilmember Burks, and Townsend, Casey from Townsend can answer any questions, and we're open to any other further amendments that council might want to make to these changes to the legislative agendas. But the goal here would be to kind of bring our legislative agenda up to date and kind of give us a good foundation as we head into the upcoming legislative session. So I'll take any questions or comments from the council at this point.
Excellent, Councilmember Bliss. Thank you for that. Are there questions for Councilmember Bliss? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Great report. You guys really did a nice job on this. You caught Mary Ann's item on fiscal matters under 7 saying protect local ratepayers with regards to state utility mandates. So we got that one. I think the name of our task force, this is a super small one. You have about you didn't get the most recent name of our task force in there, and that would be just the only little dumb edit that I was seeing. Otherwise, very nice job.
Okay, that's pretty good. Any other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Burks, do you have anything you want to indicate? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to compliment Councilmember Bliss for his leadership leading this committee. He has done a fantastic job. He's put more energy and he working with Narup, revitalizing and working with Casey and putting us on the right track as a city when it comes to I think the most important issues that we're facing right now in terms of legislative actions in Sacramento, and really focusing our council. So I just want to thank Councilmember Bliss on the record here for his work and what he's accomplished, because he's led this thing superbly well. And I just can't think of any other way to say it. So thank you, Councilmember Bliss.
Okay, very good. Other comments, questions, or compliments? Councilmember Geringer.
So thank you, Vice Mayor Kendall, for catching that on the as you called it, the tiny little thing on the name of the group. Thank you to Stephen and all the things that Cam said. I won't repeat, but thank you very much. I did have one question, and you have all of you on the committee and Casey have really captured, and I love how you've shifted things around to reflect our current priorities. And so I appreciate all the work that you did and put into this. Under transportation, under number 4, I think it says what we want it to say, but the CCTA and on a regional level is looking at accessible transportation for seniors and the disabled community. And so is that the intent of what we have here, that we're watching for legislation that will deal with not just infrastructure ADA facilities, but access to transit, seamless transportation, and accessible transportation? And this could also be considered, but sort of nitpicky. I just want to make sure we're capturing it there, because this initiative is going on, and would be good to have some support at the state level if that exists. So that was all that we capture that there. So I don't have a suggestion on how to change it. I just want to make sure that's our intent.
Yeah, I think that, this is one of the things that hasn't changed in this latest iteration. And so I think it's sort of legacy language from earlier on. So I don't know if it was specifically intended to capture that. So if there's something that you would want to see here language wise to kind of put maybe a bit of a finer point on making that linkage, I think that would be a great suggestion or a great change.
So I think just if we added that accessible transit, it's more a regional term. I don't think it's a term of art or a technical term in the legislative language. But I think if monitoring legislation for the expansion of ADA facilities, public access and accessible transit systems or services, that would be great.
I think that's a great change. Yep.
And really, thank you all very much. This has been exciting to watch over the last couple of years, how this has evolved and how we're staying on top of it. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comments now that we've kind of reopened this item?
No public comment right now. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. If you do a public, well, it just went away. If you do a public comment, raise your hand and use the raise hand function or *9. Having said that, no public comment right now, Mayor Henderson.
Okay. So we'll bring it back to council. We do have a request for an actual acceptance of this update and approval of the amendments. And we've made an amendment also here. So do I have a motion on that item?
I move that we accept. Thank you. I move that we accept the new updated City of Lafayette City Legislative Agenda for the 2021-2022 legislative session with the amendments proposed.
Excellent. Do I have a second?
Happy to second.
Okay, Councilmember Geringer. All right. Any discussion? So we'll call the question. Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, so it's unanimous. And once again, thanks to the Legislative Committee. Excellent work. Very, very excellent work. And I know even though it's been kind of a slow session, it started out really fast. So I would imagine as soon as we get this pandemic under some kind of control, it's going to re-accelerate again. So having this guidance is going to be very important. So well done. Good work. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 10A, which is Jennifer Wakeman, the Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. There she is. Another award.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here tonight to share that we've received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting on our fiscal year 19 audit report. This report is given by the Government Finance Officers Association of North America and Canada, or United States and Canada. And they are the leader in municipal finance best practices and transparency. This award in particular asks submitting agencies to provide information above and beyond what is required by generally accepted accounting principles and focuses on enhancing transparency and full disclosure. One of the things I really like about this award program is that it's iterative. Every year we get comments about additional ways in which we can improve our report. And when we submit that following year, they review those comments and make sure that we actually took those steps towards improvement. So I know you guys have seen this before. We'll have one more medallion for 2019. And this will be the 5th year that we've received this certificate. So tonight's request is that you accept their certificate of achievement. I know it'll be difficult.
There's a lot of controversy around this. Now, what I don't understand is when we get the 6th one, does it go on the other side or do they give us a new frame?
Oh yeah, no, there are 5 more spots over here.
Okay, all right.
We're not done yet.
Okay, good stuff. Excellent job. That's really impressive. Any questions from council members or comments? Do we have any public comments on this item?
We're taking a quick scan here and I do not see any hands raised, but I'll add my congratulations to the team there, Jennifer.
Thank you. It's honestly the reflection of all of staff's work in, having transparent processes, always improving workflows so that we make sure we're tracking everything the way we should.
And the dashboard continues to be available to the general public online. So that's a great feature. I don't know if people are aware of that or not, but it's really spectacular.
Yes.
So thank you for that. So do I have a motion on this recommendation?
I'm happy to make the motion to accept the certificate of achievement, and kudos Jennifer and the whole team. And I love watching Narup and just smiling proudly over there. So thank you.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll call the question. Vice Mayor Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye, and I would like to thank Jennifer, Narup for your leadership, Tracy, the whole staff, the best in the world. A big aye for me.
Right, excellent. Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. And I think the comment from Councilmember Burks is well placed because we actually made it through a very difficult financial circumstance this year on the positive side. And not a lot of folks who can say that, not a lot of cities have actually been able to do that. So well done. And we're looking for that 6th medallion. Don't stop.
We won't.
Okay. Excellent. We'll move on to item 10B. And this is the Vesey property and regarding litigation and the settlement agreement proposal that's on the table. Mala, do you want to start this one off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Anderson and members of the council. We have before you 2 settlement agreements for your consideration. The background of this is that there are property owners, the Veseys, who own the property located at 3654 Happy Valley Road. The previous owners, John Blair Tulloch and Lucille Tulloch, owned the property and submitted an application back in 2000 to subdivide the property. At that time, when the Planning Commission approved the subdivision and the resolution of approval, there was a condition of approval. We call that condition S3. That condition specifically stated the private right-of-way easement shall be left open for pedestrian access between Happy Valley Road and Glen Road. The property was subsequently sold to the Veseys in the fall of 2016. And most recently in June of 2020, the Veseys sued the city trying to seek a declaration that that resolution, which provided for that access condition, did not create a public easement. There are 2 ways for you to determine whether a public access easement exists on the Veseys property. For easements that were created after 1972, such as the resolution that was approved in 2000, we're to look at the Civil Code Section 1009, which provides a process for the Tullochs to expressly provide a written irrevocable offer of dedication, which would then be accepted by the city. This did not happen. Based on our records of city records, as well as looking to see if the city accepted any such offer of dedication, we have not found that to be the case. Furthermore, a record of survey that was recorded against the property does not show an access condition imposed such that a public easement on the property exists. Therefore, we don't believe that a public easement pursuant to Civil Code Section 1009 exists based on a review of city documents and recorded documents. A second way a public access easement could exist prior to 1972 is based on neighborhood usage of what is referred to as the path or the dips. There was a recent lawsuit, what we call the trust lawsuit, that dealt with a similar issue in which the court found that there needed to be a certain type of general public usage, long engaged usage, adverse use of the property. And it must be in such a manner by the public as to negate the idea that the property owner was giving a license to use the property. The analysis in that trust litigation really looked to who used the property and found that it was primarily in that case used by the neighbors or the neighborhood and not the general public. Given what we know of the situation and the evidence that has been produced, we don't believe, even based on the trust litigation, that prior to 1972, there would be a public easement on the property. Therefore, based upon this, it is our recommendation that the city avoid additional litigation and enter into settlement agreements. The first settlement agreement would be with the Vessies. It would provide that there's no public access easement or other easement or right of way of any kind related to the public access based on the approval of the resolution and that access condition on the property. The agreement would provide for waivers and would provide for a memorandum of agreement to be recorded against the property that would reflect this. This would not have any effect on any existing easements that exist on the property or any potential rights that private parties may have to use the property. If the city agrees to execute the settlement agreement, the Vessies would then dismiss their lawsuit within 5 days. A separate settlement agreement is also proposed with the Tullochs and would also provide that there's no public access easement on the property in question and would provide for releases. So in conclusion, we do not believe there is a public access easement over the dips. If the council decides to move forward with execution of these settlement agreements, it would resolve the matter in full between the city and the Vessies and the Tullochs. It would not prevent any existing easements that currently are out there with private parties, and it would not prevent the property owner and the neighborhood from reaching their own agreements or their own negotiations regarding this issue. I know there has been some requests from members of the public to have the council continue this matter. If the council does want to do that, I would recommend that it not be continued for more than 2 weeks to your next council meeting. We are still in litigation and the court will look for some movement on this matter. So any continuance, if the council were to consider it, should be for no longer than the next council meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions, but at this point, our recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute the 2 settlement agreements that are before you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Mala. Do we have questions of staff on this item? Council members? Vice Mayor Candell.
Hey, thank you. Good report. So it sounds pretty clear that after 1972, this clearly did not happen. So where the issues for me come about is from before, and they say that it's mostly neighbors, and I guess maybe I'll focus in on that, and it's not the general public. But I know this current lawsuit made that statement, but is there a clear definition of general public versus neighbors? I mean, what is that? I mean, like, how far away can that be?
The court referenced a diverse group of people using it. It also made some reference to people getting in their cars to use it and not people getting in their cars to visit maybe a friend in the neighborhood and then taking a walk over there. So those were some of the references that were listed in that case. It didn't give much much bigger definition than that, but it did talk about a diverse group of people who might have used it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kendall, follow up or you?
No, I'm okay. Let me stew on that.
Okay, that's all right. We have some time. We have time. Okay, other questions of staff from council members? Councilmember Bliss.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mala. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mala, for the great report and the analysis. I want to pick up on Vice Mayor Kendall's question and then add an additional question too. So I understand that, that your answer in the sense of the question from the Vice Mayor about how general public is defined almost in terms of like, for lack of a better word, like a catchment area, if you will, like where people are coming to use this pathway from. So I understand that in the sense of kind of the area that it might potentially draw use from. And maybe this is splitting hairs a little bit, but is there anything in terms of like what sort of frequency constitutes use by the general public? In other words, there are people who clearly in the immediate neighborhood use it, back when schools are in session. I understand that there were people in the neighborhood that would use it, several times a week for their kids to get to school, things like that. But if we're thinking about use beyond this neighborhood, does it matter if someone uses it like once every 3 or 4 years, if they're accessing Happy Valley from the Glen side of it, or is that sort of left up to interpretation by the different cities in terms of what the laws currently say?
Councilmember Bliss, were you meaning the frequency of use from people outside of the neighborhood?
Right.
Yeah. There was. They didn't get into that level of discussion in that case. There was some reference to how crowded the trails were in terms of how many people might have been on the trail at any given time. But I suspect in interpreting this, if the diversity of use is coming from, a handful of people who use it every couple of years, that's not going to be the level of diversity the court was looking for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then 2 questions that pertain to the condition of approval, the S2 condition that's sort of kind of in play here, so to speak. I had 2 questions about that. One is, if we enter into this settlement agreement, does that condition of approval, is that language kind of go away, or is it basically that that's still in force, but we're basically acknowledging that it doesn't constitute a public access easement across the property?
We are acknowledging it doesn't constitute a public access easement across the property if you enter into the agreement. Since the project was approved as a subdivision, there would be nothing left to enforce in terms of that condition.
Got it. And then my other question pertains to that. As I understand it, and tell me if this is not quite correct, but as I understand it, the definition of a private easement is that it's basically intended just for a particular group of people. It might be actually people that are enumerated or named in the easement, language. I'm just wondering, is it typical to have language like this around a private easement that kind of leaves it open for interpretation as to who that private group of beneficiaries might be? I'm just wondering about that. Like, is it unusual that the language didn't say a private easement benefiting this particular subset of people should be left open through the property?
The private easement, is my understanding, already exists and shows up on maps and recorded documents. Maybe what's unusual is how condition S3 was worded in terms of if the goal was to create a public easement, we would have done that differently in terms of making it very clear that a public easement located in this same location would show up on the subdivision map or in a separate recorded document before the map was finalized. But the private easement in and of itself was created through another mechanism and not through condition S3.
Mhm. And did the private easement create it otherwise? Did that stipulate who the beneficiaries would be? Like, who would be considered part of that? The people that have access to that private easement? Was that stipulated elsewhere?
Correct. That would be the other property owners along the access road. I don't know if it's the court or whatnot, but I know I can see from some of the participants there are some of those private easement holders on this meeting. So I'm sure they can specify in greater detail.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Mel.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Yeah, so I know right before the meeting, we got a whole bunch of stuff about the planning commission meetings and that we're back in 2000. And so clearly I didn't get a chance to really go through it, but I did see something it was on page 3, it was item 4G on page 3 of the, oh gosh, which one is this? Hang on. It was the actual Exhibit C, which was the Planning Commission approval. And so it says in there, and clearly this is a quick read, but 4G was the design of the subdivision or the type of improvements will not conflict with easements acquired by the public at large for access through or use of property within the proposed subdivision. And I just wondered, that was just like one of the findings. And I was just wondering that it just mentions easements and acquired by the public at large. And I didn't know why they would include that in here if that was in general. So that's just a question. I know I can't answer that right now because we just got all these documents and to go through, but I would like to kind of go through those planning commission meetings and whatever else we have, all the staff reports and stuff from back then, just to make sure that there wasn't stuff that was said during those things that we need to understand, to really truly understand the nature of this, that was how it was being approached back then, the intent, not necessarily what happened, but maybe the intent. So thank you for sending that, and I'd like to still review that if there's anything new in there.
I think that was Greg Wolf that shot that out to us. It was the minutes from the actual meetings. Mm-hmm. But I'll just point out that, the intentions are good to understand, but the action did not include the creation of a public easement. And so I think part of the problem here is that we have an interest in seeing something occur that apparently may have been discussed, but there was nothing done formally to make it real in terms of being a real estate known entity of a public easement. So that seems to be pretty solid, but we can certainly do more review to understand the intention, but the action doesn't seem to reflect public easement. Councilmember Geringer, you have a question on that?
Yeah, I did read the minutes that Greg sent today, and not that we can't dig more deeply into them, but the minutes were not, didn't mention specifically S3 or anything related to this discussion that we're having tonight. I did see them in the findings and the resolution approving, the conditions of approval related to the resolution. We got a number of emails, one email in particular that I want to ask about in terms of the conflict from Don Tatson, in terms of the conflict with our general plan elements, the environmental and circulation elements. And I guess what I want to understand is when they are at odds, when an agreement or when a condition, I would assume we wouldn't make conditions of approval very often, but does the general plan have any sort of weight here in terms of precedent, or is it the agreement? I'm probably not an attorney, so I'm probably not asking this correctly, but former council member Tatson brings up that, the increase in not allowing people to use the pathway to go through will increase our vehicle miles traveled, which is in conflict with our general plan, and then brings up another related to the pollution and environment and circulation. So does the general plan have any weight here?
I guess I would just go back to, I don't believe we have an easement, so I can't, you know, when I lead with we don't have an easement, the general plan obviously is of great importance, but I can't create something that we don't have. So it's, in some sense, it doesn't really apply to the situation, because I don't think you're giving up something that you have. I think you don't have something, and we're just acknowledging that to avoid litigation.
Thank you. And I do want to hear public comments. At the last meeting, you know, that we had on this, and we had a number of public comments, I appreciate that the neighbors feel very strongly that for years there's been this assumption of an easement, and one of the residents talked about having records of surveys and maps and things like that. And what I haven't seen, what I don't believe that we have seen as a council, is evidence of that. And so I do want to hear from the public, but I'm also wondering if those things exist and somehow or other we have missed them. I would love to have the opportunity to have that brought forward, you know, that would make a case for the pre-1972 or whatever it is, based on the information that we have right now. As Mala has, our council has laid out, it doesn't seem that we have information to support that there's an easement. And so I want to hear if there's something we have missed. And I want to hear public comment before I'll have additional comments after, but that was my only question.
Okay, that's fine. So once again, any questions from council members of staff? Okay, well then let's go to public comment.
Okay, Mayor Anderson, we have 4 hands raised for public comment. First is, well, they keep coming in. The first 3 anyway are Ben Douglas, Woolway, George Cleaver. So joining the meeting now will be Ben Douglas.
Okay.
Can you see me and can you hear me?
Well, we can hear you, but I haven't found you. There you are. There you are. Welcome.
I think you know there's, just to be aware of other people, there's about a 10-second delay after you try to cut me in, and just so you know, other people will be delayed too. So I'm a resident of the Glen. Just wanted to echo comments that had also been submitted in writing. Just a couple of key points. The first is, I obviously don't know, addressing Ms. Geringer's comment about what previous records there were, but there are people who can personally attest to the fact that this pathway has been open and in use since the 1940s. Obviously, I wasn't, maybe not so obvious. I'm feeling pretty tired, but I wasn't around in the 1940s. But there are people who can certainly testify to that, and I'm not, again, in terms of actual documentation, I don't know. I just want to underscore the point that whatever was communicated or wasn't communicated to the current owners of the property, that was, to the extent they weren't put on notice of whatever legal constraints attached, that's not the city's fault, and it's certainly not the fault of the neighborhood. And I think they know that, and that's why they sued the previous owners and their real estate agent for what they believe was a failure to properly inform them, because they would allege that that would have changed their decision to whether or not to buy the property. But I want to drill down a bit on that and just and note something else. Whatever they were aware of in terms of what was legally on sort of attached to the property, if you stand in their property and look out that driveway, you can see the path. It is utterly disingenuous for them to claim that they were surprised that there was a path. If you stand there for, 10 minutes, you're going to see somebody walking along that path one way or the other. Kids going to and from school, people going downtown to shop, joggers, all of that. So they can claim that they weren't properly legally informed, and that's that's a beef they can take up with the previous owners and the real estate agent. But for them to claim that they bought this property on the assumption that nobody would be able to walk along the road that crosses in front of their house, just to be clear, this isn't their front yard, this is a road that passes by their house. For them to claim that honestly insults the intelligence of anyone who's ever been there and looked at it. And I would invite all the council members, if this is an important point to them, to simply drive over to the path, walk along it, and look at the property in question, and they will see that it is clearly visible that anyone who bought that house knew what they were getting into. They cannot claim that they were taken by surprise. So I just want to make that point and just underscore, regardless, whatever the city does, I would ask that you not give up any rights and not prejudice anyone's ability to continue to protect what is a very valuable neighborhood resource and has been for most of the last 70, 80 years at least. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Douglas, thank you very much. Next public comment.
We have Woolway next, George Cleaver, and then George will be followed by Rodney Sweet. Woolway is joining us now. Okay, Woolway, you are in the meeting, so go ahead. All right, Woolway, if you could start your mic up, looks like you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, welcome. Hello, hi. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you.
I'll tell you what, why don't we, okay, go ahead and try it. Well, why don't we circle back? We'll have a few other public speakers and then Woolway can join us again. All right, we'll be right back with you.
Okay, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
All righty, let's see. All right, George Cleaver's next, followed by Rodney Sweet and Doug Felt. This is George Cleaver.
Welcome, Mr. Cleaver.
Good evening. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. Yes, we can.
Oh, there I am. Okay. I think a lot of the neighbors are going to comment on the prescriptive easement and how important it is to the neighborhood. And it is important. I think for our family, the most important thing about leaving that open is the last resort fire escape. If there were a fire blocking Thompson and Glen Roads, it's literally the last way we would have to get out of the neighborhood. And if it's blocked off, I think there's a big public safety issue. But I'd like to focus on what the city did when this subdivision was approved. I work in real estate development, and when we get projects approved, there's often a very long list of conditions of approval that go along with the approval, whether it's from planning commission or city council or whatever, but there's an extensive list of conditions of approval. And at that point, the council or commission looks to city staff to execute on those conditions. And I mean, it's a process because some of them are hard to comply with, but typically the city has staff that's very good at executing these. And I think back in 2000, when the subdivision was approved, the intent of the planning commission was very clear: keep the pedestrian pathway open. We've heard from the city attorney that, well, actually, based on the law, there's not an easement. But I think what happened was a huge failure by city staff at the time to require, I don't remember the exact terms that Molly used, but, a dedication and an acceptance of the right-of-way. That's what should have been done. And the city completely failed the Glen neighborhood by not requiring that the condition of approval be complied with when the subdivision map was filed. And frankly, it's a little hard for me to see the city saying, oh, well, it's just going to be the easiest path here to settle the litigation. We don't really want to deal with this. It was never recorded. It's not our problem. Well, I think it is your problem. And I think you owe it to the neighbors of the Glen, the people who've used this pathway for so long, to uphold what the Planning Commission's intent was back in 2000. And I think if the staff had done their job in 2000, the Tullocks would have put the easement on the subdivision map, and it would be there today, and we wouldn't be in this predicament that we're in. But I think that for all of us who live in the Glen, that the council, it really has an obligation to enforce the condition that the Planning Commission put on this subdivision in 2000 and do what should have been done then. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Any questions for the speaker? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
All right, give me half a sec and we will have the next public comment. Okay. Here we go. All right, Rodney Sweet is up next, followed by Doug Felt and Lisa Albert. This is Rodney Sweet.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what was just said. I've practiced real estate law for 50 years, and the city botched it. An easement is usually described as being so wide and so long and where it is, and you refer to posts. City didn't do any of that. And it was not a big issue at the time because this thing had been used for 30, 40 years. My children all went to Happy Valley School walking down the easement. I could, when we first moved into the Glen, I could drive my Buick station wagon down that easement. It was wide open and nobody stopped anybody. I think this thing before the council now is a way to avoid attorney's fees for the parties that are litigating. And I'd like to know what was said to the attorneys for the city in order to get the city to want to do this, because I think it's just a case of they're tired of spending money on attorney's fees. And so this is the easy way out by just having the council rubber stamp this as an easement, because it isn't an easement. It was a use. I was stopped walking down there, walking from my law office to Mechanics Bank in order to make a deposit on my practice. And Miss Fizzi came out and was pleasant. And she asked me things and she says, we bought this house and we moved here. And I said, fine, well, welcome to the neighborhood. And she wanted to know where I lived and what I was doing on this dips, which I told her I was going down to the bank to make a deposit. I used that to get there. I don't like to go down Deer Hill Road. And she said, well, I own this lot and I own this easement and I own this road and you're not going to ever use it again. I don't want to ever see you on it. And we're going to put an electronic gate at Happy Valley Road to keep everybody off of this. So that was the greeting I got. And there was no sense in talking to her. I gave her my business card and said, have your lawyer call me. And then I went to the bank and I made my deposit. And I came home and there was a call on my machine from the Lafayette Police Department. She'd already called the police department on me. And I talked to the officer, and he agreed that it was a civil matter and that there was no reason for them to deal with me on it. And that was the end of it until I got served with a subpoena to have my deposition taken. And so they've been running up a lot of attorneys' fees. I'd like to know what was said to the city as to, are we going to do this to get rid of the fees and get rid of this lawsuit? Because that easement is a property right of everyone in the Glen. And I don't think the council can take it away. And I think everyone in the Glen is going to be looking to the city council if in fact you grant.
Time is up.
Mr. Sweet, I need you to wrap up. Your 3 minutes is up.
I'm sorry. So I think that if it's granted, you're just going to be putting everybody in the Glen in a position of all the neighbors in the Glen are going to sue because you're taking away a valuable property right where no notice has been given, no opportunity to come in. And, what you're doing is the result will be to take away a property right, which is although not directly before the council, is something
Okay,
which
Mr. Sweet,
the Glen has.
thank you very much. Well, let's see if there's any questions. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, Mr. Sweet, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and we'll take them to heart. Next public comment.
Okay, coming up next is Doug Felt, followed by Lisa Albert. And we have a couple of Woolways up there as well. All right, here's Doug Felt.
Mr. Flint, good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. I've got here a copy of a record of survey from 1948. And council member talked about wanting to review the records of survey. I can do this with you or with Mr. Wolf in the office, whatever you have. But I've colored these up here. And what you had in what the council considered in 2000 was what the applicant said he had 3 lots. The lot that it was the Vesky's house and the house that's under construction. The green, that's yellow. The green is a lot that was done by this record of survey and goes from Happy Valley Road all the way to Glen Road. And the pink was done by the subdivision Happy Valley Glen, and that was done in 1956, I believe. And so that what you have is a record of survey from 1935, which started it, showed public, showed the traveled way. You have the 1948 one, and you have the 1956 subdivision map, all perpetuating the easement. And in 2000, what they wanted to do was to create a buildable lot. And you had one huge lot that was obviously would make 2 good lots, and you had two lots you couldn't build on. So they took and the result of the subdivision was that you had ended up with 2 lots that you could build on. The pink lot has an easement that goes from Glen Road all the way to Happy Valley Road. And the yellow lot is the house that's presently under construction. Now we can go over all that kind of stuff, but I agree with the previous 2 speakers in that I think this, and I also have spent 50 years in land development. I'm an engineer. And this is my job, is to design these things and process them through the city. And it's clear that the Planning Commission and the applicant and the 11 owners of the other easements wanted to continue access. I don't know what you want to call it. The condition says that the private right-of-way easement, didn't call it a public easement, called it a private right-of-way easement, shall be left open for pedestrian access between Happy Valley Road and Glen Road. That was the intention. It didn't get carried out, I agree there was a mistake earlier. You don't have to grant an easement to satisfy that condition. What you have to do is keep the private right-of-way open, which means don't put in, automatic gates that keep everybody out, but keep it open. You can do it with
Time is up.
license or a
Mr.
deed.
Flynn, I need you to wrap up.
Okay. I'd be happy to answer questions, and if necessary, I'll come into the city offices or do it over Zoom to go over the what can be done to meet the original intention of the applicant and the city, which was worked out with the input per your minutes of the
Okay.
neighbors in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Flint. Are there any questions for the speaker? Vice Mayor Candell.
Hey, thank you. Actually, it's more for Greg or Mala. Do we have all those maps, and can we can consider those in our decision-making process?
I think you can consider them, but I don't believe they'll show a public access easement over them. I believe they'll show the private access easement that was referred to.
So in 1956, do we have any access to any of those old records?
Let me see if I can add Greg to the discussion, see if he has that in the file.
Well, Susan is kind of frozen there, so maybe we'll get her back. While Mala is trying to get Greg connected.
Yeah,
Mr.
I don't see Greg.
Oh, I added him.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Jeff. He's
he-
promoted, but let me
All right.
see if I can ask him to unmute. There we go.
Okay, Susan's going to have to, I believe, let me see here. Get her to. She'll have to rejoin the meeting, unfortunately.
Okay, so I think, Greg, you're here. The question was whether or not we had maps that went back to the 40s that indicate the different access easements across the property we're discussing tonight.
The city does not, but if they exist, Contra Costa County would. And I believe Mr. Flett was researching those and may have copies of those, but to my knowledge, none have been submitted to the city.
And are we aware of any public easement that has ever been established on this property?
Not to my knowledge. The city attorney has read the condition as it was drafted by and approved by the Planning Commission in 2000 associated with the subdivision.
Mr. Flett, do those easements indicate that they are public easements or are they simply private easements?
Oh yeah, here I am.
There you are.
I didn't know I was back. Okay, I haven't, all of these easements and everything are listed in the public record. I got them off the website that the county provides. The easements there are 11 separate owners listed on the parcel map, and that was recorded. And a parcel map is different than a subdivision map. And what it says is in the subdivision map act, it says that if you create something, you should record it. You should either simultaneously with the map or before recording the map, you should identify that and you should record it. And there was obviously an intent to create something, but it never got recorded.
Okay, so that was the question, Mr. Flett. Or do
Yeah.
any of those maps that you have indicate that there is a public easement for access by the public across the property?
Well, unfortunately, I can't answer that question because the county recorder's office is closed and you can't, and although all those easements are documented, I can't get copies. Not within any reasonable period of time anyhow. So maybe you guys could pull some strings and get copies and find that. But it's referred to in the Planning Commission as a private easement. And there's no dedication on the parcel map.
Right. So what we have found in our research is there is no public easement on the property for access. And it sounds like you're saying that that's the case.
Well,
But you're saying that there was intent to create it, but it never was created. Is that accurate?
that's accurate. There was an
Okay.
intent to create something less than a public easement. And I think the intent was obvious. And what I'm asking for is that we would put off the decision on this thing and give us a chance to get together and see if we can come up with a resolution which will keep the pathway open, the pedestrian way open, and without having to grant a public easement.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point. Good question. All right, we haven't gotten Vice Mayor Candell back yet.
No, I'm back.
So,
I'm
you're
back.
back.
Sorry,
I guess you're
yeah.
not on my screen. All right, so I don't know if you heard Mr. Flett's answer. I tried to continue your question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So do you have another question?
Nope, that got answered. Thank you.
Okay, good. Mr. Flett, thank you for your time. We appreciate it very much. We'll see what we come up with at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Okay, 2 Woolways are joining us.
Okay. Hello, you're muted right now, but you're visible.
Hello?
Hello.
My name is Henry Woolway.
Okay.
And I am a 5th grader at Happy Valley Elementary School. I am the oldest of 4. My 3 youngest siblings all went to bed, but they've all wanted to speak about keeping the dips open to the public and the people around it. We are a neighbor of the dips, and we like to use it to get to our friends' houses and convenient methods for travel, for walking and whatnot like that. I'll let the adults talk about the specifics of it, but I'm going to talk about how it's safe for us kids and to get from Happy Valley to Happy Valley Glen. If it were closed, we would have to take a much longer route or drive. Then also in school, we have created a No Place for Hate committee, which is all about keeping it like anti-bullying and stuff like that. So what this is one voice is trying to shut down something that the community wants. And that's it for me.
Okay, very well presented. Thank you. Are there any questions for our speakers? Vice Mayor Candell.
Hi, thank you so much for coming and speak. Could you describe how different your use of the path is now than when you're actually back in school? So kind of describe how you think the kids were using it when school was in session versus maybe now.
When school was in session, they were using it as a shortcut to cut across. Instead of going a loop around, they cut across and were able to head up to school that way.
Great. Do you go across it now during COVID as well?
Yeah, for quick walks to get around before going back on school and Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there other questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to letting us know your feelings about this issue. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Next public comment.
Okay, Mayor Anderson, Lisa Albert is next, followed by Terry Tubraschi and Eric Peterson. So here's Lisa Albert. Lisa, you're in the meeting, so go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there. I don't know if you can see me or
We
hear me.
cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, it's probably to your benefit that you can't see me. I just found start video though. So here
There you are. Welcome.
Well, that's an awfully adorable act to follow. I'm not an attorney. I don't develop real estate, and I am not an adorable student. But I am a longtime resident of this area and a longtime walker through the dips. And I guess what I would implore you to consider, I think your highest role as city managers and council people is public safety. And it really is a public safety issue, as well as, a lovely element of our community and part of our quality of life, but it is also truly a safety measure. And if any of you haven't been up here in the neighborhood, I would invite you to please come and visit. I'm happy to walk you around, show you around anytime before making your decision. But we truly are in something of a box canyon, and to only have one way out. And in the 30 plus years I've lived here, there have been 3 occasions where we couldn't get out North Thompson or the lowest part of Glen, whether it was a tree down, a fire, and I'm trying to remember what the third thing was, but there definitely really was. Having an ability to get out, even by foot, is critical, and there just aren't other ways. I mean, you can go up and back and around the far end of North Thompson and corkscrew onto Oak Hill Road, but that's not going to work to move this many people out of here and sending them back up with one of those kinds of things. On top of it, from just, again, sort of public safety is in this time, it just seems a particularly terrible time to take this away historically. People are at home working. Students aren't going to classrooms yet. They're working at home. They need physical outlets and ways to get around. And it's not by going down on Deer Hill and Bart. So I would just say, please, let's look at this and not let a clerical error or whatever it was that didn't get done in 2000, whether it was, the homeowner or the city, I don't know. But I don't think that simply avoiding a lawsuit and then subjecting this community to this kind of change where clearly it wasn't the intent. And it hasn't been the intent of any of the homeowners there until just these last few years. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay. Let's see if there's any questions for the speaker. Any questions? Councilmember Burke.
Again, it's more of a question. Thank you, Ms. Albert, for our city attorney, Mala. Did the language ever provide for use of the easement for vehicular traffic? Was that ever implied, or?
The condition S3 specifically referenced pedestrian access. So unless you were one of the private easement holders who already had vehicular access, the condition was only providing for pedestrian access.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Just to follow up on that. So the people on the private easement are supposed to have vehicular access as well.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Any questions for the speaker? All right, Ms. Albert, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate that. We'll take them into account. Next public comment.
Okay. Coming up next, Mayor Anderson, is Terry DeBrachy, followed by Eric Peterson.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm having a little bit of a problem. Let me see if I can fix it just a second.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. I live on Happy Valley Road. In fact, the young man, Henry, is my next door neighbor, so I'm really proud of him. And I think it's really remarkable that a child would think that it's important to speak to all of you. And so I hope you really listen to him, because I think what he was really trying to get across is safety, as most of us are. But in addition, I live on Happy Valley Road, as I just said. We've had some different things done in our home, and we've had to get variances, and they've had to be, I's dotted and T's crossed, and things needed to be followed correctly. And I really question why, when this was subdivided and there was a section S3, and it did imply, and it did state actually, that the right-of-way easement was to be left open being the key word there. It was already open, and it was to be left open. And because somebody didn't do their job, whoever it is, and it really doesn't matter, we don't need to throw stones. We just need to not let another mistake be made on top of one that is already in existence, because it did intend to leave it open. This is something that we all, as a community, and I've lived here for 23 years, and I love this community, and I love my neighbors, and I think there are lots of ways to get around things, but first and foremost, you have to do it with some respect and common sense. And I think you speak to people, and you speak kindly, and you try to fix things if there's a problem. So I think, for 23 years, my family and I have walked across that almost daily. We have a dog, and we walk her, and yes, I clean up after her always. And my kids have ridden their bikes back to their friends. I walk there daily to all of my friends. We hike from there. We go downtown from there. We hook up and get together and socialize. But we, most importantly, stay off of Deer Hill Road, which is really a problem. And I'm not sure if you guys have come and spent any time walking around the dips, and seeing what we avoid by going down this, not driving, not bringing more people on the road. I think that a mistake was made, and I think you'll make another bigger mistake by just thinking that you can avoid a lawsuit by not following up on something that was intended to be followed up on. So I probably had more to say, but I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All righty. Ms. DeBrage, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them.
Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Okay, Eric Peterson is the last public speaker, Mayor Anderson.
Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hello there. Perhaps just two things I wanted to do. One was to clarify what access the people that do have an easement ask about vehicular access to it. In fact, just to visualize, the path is probably wide enough for a car, one car going one direction only. But what it has is a pole in the ground with a padlock at the bottom of that pole. And those poles exist on both sides of the culvert, or the part that crosses over the creek. So, and my understanding is we're good friends with Kathy and Bob Burke. And when they moved in, they were actually given a key to that padlock, so that in an emergency, you could undo the padlock, lift the pole out, and allow cars to drive through there. And with a little bit of trimming of vegetation and removing the portion of the fence that Mr. Vesey left in place, if you remove that as well, then you would still have access for a car to get through there in emergency, one at a time. The second thing I wanted to talk about is maybe there's a simple and elegant solution to all this. My understanding is that Mr. Vesey, he just wants to do this in order to clear up his title. He's not necessarily, he hasn't committed one way or another whether he would, if he had the right to close the path. perhaps in the settlement agreement, just amend the settlement agreement to include a condition S3. I mean, that was what was intended. It would clear up his title, and it would allow the city to rectify the mistake that was made back in 2000. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Burks and then Vice Mayor Kendall. Councilmember Burks.
More of a question for our city attorney. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your comments. Mal, if I might ask, is Mr. Peterson's proposition, is that possible, legally possible?
It's not something the Bessies are interested in doing, so it's not something we can then transfer into the settlement agreement and then functionally create the license or a recorded easement via the settlement agreement. They're looking to remove.
So this is a
question.
It's a personal private property matter.
Yeah. Correct. At this point, in terms of trying to remove the language.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Kendall.
No, that was basically the question.
Okay, good. Mr. Peterson, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it. Next public
Mayor
comment.
Anderson, we do have a couple more speakers.
I'm sure. Okay.
I would ask, just so we could pace this properly, if everyone could raise their hand who does wish to speak, so we do have an idea of who's coming up next. It helps move things along. Next, we have Stephen Kevachek, followed by Peter Clark and Paul DeBracci. So Stephen Kevachek is joining now. And if you do want to speak, please raise your hand now.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you too. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Kubicek and I live on Happy Valley Glen Road. And my wife and I actually live right at we're sort of on the front end of everything that happens on the path, directly across the creek from the Vessies. And we bought our property in 2006. We remodeled our house and moved in permanently in 2012, been here for 8 years. And, you know, we've always loved the path. We've always loved the idea that the path was there. But what has happened recently is, and I think it really happened when people wanted to find out whether they had legal access to it or not. Up until about a year ago, 2 years ago, we have been making a neighborhood accommodation to allow people to walk through here. But the fact is, my title shows that this is a private road, and that we have legal access to get to our homes, and we have legal access to use this property, and the public does not. The public does use it. They come through here. The neighborhood comes through here. We really don't know any of the people that come through here. They've never introduced themselves to us, and that's all right. But it's not really, it's really a different area than their community is, and they walk through here. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is that we are the ones that end up having to clean up. And my wife and our neighbor across the street and myself, we're constantly having to pull trash out of there. It's gotten much worse during COVID. And really what I'm looking for, and the dog poop, I mean, there's a lot of that. My wife had to pull a Halloween costume off of our property. Our property abuts this pathway on one side, and our neighbor across the street, her property abuts it on the other side too. The burden of maintaining this path is on us. It's not on the city, it's not on the public, it's not on the Glen neighborhood, it's on us. We just spend a lot of money to clean up the area on the path because we've been finding that people have been going off the path and accessing the creek and trespassing on our property. So we cleaned up everything and got all the foliage taken out so we could better monitor what people were doing on the path. It has become a very large problem during COVID. What I would like the city to do is tell me what rights I have on my property on this path and how I can monitor that. And if the public's entitled to use it, then the public's entitled to use it. But if the public's not entitled to use it, and we see bad activity, we see people abusing the ability to use this path, the privilege to use this path, We as property owners need to be able to tell them to get out of here and not use the path anymore, if that's the case. But up until now, it's been a challenge for everybody in the neighborhood to know what this thing is and who can use it and who can't use it. I don't want the path closed. I think it's fine that people walk through here. I want people to respect our property. I want people to respect what we have here. And I'm happy to answer questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Kubicek. Thank you for wrapping up there. Are there questions for the speaker? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Yes, hi. I met with you, Stephen. Thank you,
Yes.
and your wife that one day, and walked your property and the path, and that was super instructive to understand what's going on there. And I heard you mention it the first time too, and how it's gotten so much worse now in COVID.
Yes.
And I just kind of want to understand, is it a lot more people, more constant? Is it just the different times of the day? Like, what has made it so frustrating to
So
you
Ms.
now?
Kendall, it's not necessarily COVID that has triggered it.
Mhm.
It was when the city started to tell the public that they had legal access to use the path. Because up until that point, and I would say this probably 2-3 years ago, up until that point, it was an accommodation that the neighbors were all doing to allow people to walk through here. But when all of a sudden the neighborhood felt they had the right to do it, they started to abuse the privilege because they thought it was a right. That's the way my wife and I feel about it. And all of a sudden, you know, I sit in my office, I have a ringside seat here. I sit in my office and I watch people pass by all day long. I don't mind it. But during COVID, I don't want to see somebody spitting on the street. I don't want to be picking up masks that people drop on the path. My wife pulled a pair of black lace underwear off the path the other day. I mean, it just gets ridiculous. And who's supposed to take care of it? If it was a public access, it would be the city and not us, the property owners.
Yeah, totally fair. So, Mala, I guess this is a question for you. What was this conversation that said that the people have access to it? Are you familiar with that? Did that come from the city, or where did that come from?
I'm going to see if Greg might join in this, because I'm not sure that anyone was ever told they had access. Greg is joining.
I've been listening. Could you repeat the question, please?
Hi. Yeah. So it was Mr. Kubicek was saying that at some point, maybe 2-3 years ago, the public was told that they have it's their public right of way, like they have access to it, and that somehow modified their behavior. And I'm just trying to find out, you know, when are you familiar with that? Did that happen?
Not whatsoever.
Not whatsoever. Okay. Interesting. Darn it. I wish that was an easy answer. Sorry, just trying to find out what the history of this. And I'm sorry, Mr. Kubicek, about if you when you're feeling that it's been dirtier now and people are taking advantage of it. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, as I say, we don't mind it being open. We really don't. It's the bad activity that we need to know what our legal rights are to protect our property, to keep our property clean. And it's not a NIMBY situation. It's not that at all. There are very nice people that walk through here and walk their dogs and clean up after their dogs, but there are those that don't. And when they don't, who's supposed to be responsible for it? And it falls on us. And yes.
Okay,
Thank
other
you.
questions for the speaker? Councilmember Geringer?
So thank you. And so following up on Vice Mayor Kendall's question, so Mr. Kubicek, and if I mispronounced it, I apologize.
That's perfect.
But you stated that it started to get worse a couple of years ago, and I put this in quotes, when the city started to tell the public that they had legal access to use the path.
Yeah.
What do you base that on? Our representative.
This is what when we are confronted with a problem, when we try to confront the problem, we are told that the city has told the people that they are allowed to use the path and that it's a public right of way. Our documents, our title on our home does not say that. It says that it's a private easement, a private access easement. Because the Vessies own my road. The Vessies own my road.
Yeah.
I have the legal right to pass on it to get to my house.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions for the speaker? Okay, Mr. Kubicek, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next public comment, please.
Okay, next we have Peter Clark. City Clerk Robbins, did Peter Clark speak earlier on this subject? I think I
No.
lost track.
No.
All right,
No.
very good. Peter Clark is next, followed by Paul Duberchek. First, or Duberich. Okay, Mr. Clark, go ahead, you're on.
We're just clicking boxes here.
Okay, we can hear you, we can't see you.
Yeah, I'm clicking the video box. Okay, that should work.
Okay, we can't see you. There you
Yes.
are. Okay,
There you
well
are.
done.
Okay. My name is Peter Clark. I'm the director of the Happy Valley Improvement Association, which is the biggest and oldest neighborhood association in Lafayette. It has a little over 1,000 houses in it. And it's first, I'm looking at the first articles of incorporation dated May 22nd, 1944. It doesn't say very much about exactly what the area is. The following described real property situated in the county of Contra Costa, state of California, and more particularly described as follows. Happy Valley Estates, Unit 1, designated on the map entitled Map of Happy Valley Estates, Unit 1, which map was filed with the Office of the Recorder of the County of Contra Costa, State of California on the 20th of January, 1939, in Map Book 23, pages 684 and 685. Happy Valley Estates, Unit 2, designated on the map of Happy Valley Estates, Unit 2, which was filed at the Office of the Recorder of the County of Contra Costa, State of California on the 5th day of January, 1940, in volume 23 of maps at page 739. Well, if you look at our association, it seems like there ought to be two pieces to it. It ought to be Happy Valley and the Glen. It is my understanding that in 1944, when this was set up, the dips was the access to Happy Valley Glen. And they were putting everything in the same neighborhood association that was accessed starting at Happy Valley Road. So that I think that if we go back in a series of maps, which I think is important to get, that you'll see that was road access before it was path access, and that answers one of Councilmember Burke's questions. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Clark, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Vice Mayor Kendall.
Hi, and so this was before or after North Thompson Road was even there?
I think it was before I think North Thompson didn't go. It's before North Thompson was there or before it connected with anything in the Glen.
So this was the only access road?
I think so. That I have not found anything that says it in black and white, but that was the mythology says that this was the access to Happy Valley Glen. It is the reason we've got an extra 200 houses in our association.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. So obviously Mala, or Greg, we haven't looked into that yet.
We're not aware of any public road. So if there are private access easements, again, this agreement would not have any effect on any private access easements that are in effect.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kendall, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the speaker? Mr. Clark, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Next public comment, please.
Okay. Final public comment, unless there's anyone else, and if so, please raise your hand now, is Paul Dubrasich.
Video.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Let me see if I can start my video. How's that?
There you, well, you were there for a moment. There you are. Nope.
Keeps going on.
There you are.
There we are. I am married to Terry Dubrasich, who already spoke. I'm not going to repeat what she said. I think she said it very eloquently. So I'm not going to repeat that, but I will say this. I am a real estate attorney. I've been practicing for 30 years. I'm hesitant to speak. I actually am with a law firm that represented the other side of this in a Marin County case that just came down out of the appellate courts, I think last week or the week before. So, but I will say this. The reason I want to speak is I would like Mala and the city council to really consider this for a couple more weeks and try to compile some of this other evidence. I'm not completely convinced that the pre-1972 cases that discussed implied dedication, which is I think what you're talking about, Mala, that really require a public use as opposed to a neighborhood use to create an implied dedication, necessarily can be read that way in this situation, because those cases had to do with public recreational trails as opposed to a pathway that's used really by everyone for access between two public streets. So I'd wait on that and research that. I think the second point I'd like to make is that in the settlement agreement, there are really some broad statements about there being no public easements. That the city admits that there are no public easements. The city denies the existence of any public easement. I don't think the city has the power to do that, because if there are implied dedications that arose pre-1972, they still exist, whether the city says they exist or don't exist. I understand the city may not have followed through on its conditions of approval in 2000, and the proper method of enforcing that condition of approval admittedly would have been to require a dedication on the map, which was not done. But I think the language of the condition of approval and the language that Councilperson Geringer pointed out in the findings indicates that everybody assumed that public right existed, either by prior documents or through an implied public dedication. Just want you to hold off on this and think about those terms of the settlement, because I think there are people in the neighborhood here who are going to want to fight for an implied public dedication, whether or not the city agrees with it. And I think they would have the right to do that, in addition to their own, potentially their own private prescriptive easements. So that's all I really wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? All right, Mr. Dubrasich, thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it. Next public comment.
Yes, we do have one more hand raised, and it's Lori McLeod.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm actually Anna McLeod. Lori McLeod is my mother. And I wanted to come on here and make a statement for something that is really near and dear to my heart, because My two best friends actually live on the other side, and I've been going through there since I was like 9 and meeting up with them and making jokes and all that kind of stuff. And I'd be really sad if I saw it go away and I wasn't able to use it anymore. It also was a way for me to take the County Connections bus and not have to worry about cars on Deer Hill from Stanley Middle School, because I would always use the cut through to get back to my house. And you know, I was what, 11, and cars were still pretty scary at that age. So the cut through really helped me, and I hope it's still around to help a lot of other kids, including my 3 younger brothers, get to and from Stanley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLeod, Ms. Cloud. I guess, are you still there? I guess there.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Okay,
comments.
let's see if there's any questions for you. Are there
Okay.
any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Burke.
Not a question, just a comment for Ms. McLeod that it was very courageous of you to say what you said, and the way you did so really demonstrated a lot for us, for you to get up here before the city council and the mayor. So thank you for doing that tonight.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other comments or questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, Ms. McLeod. We appreciate it. Next public comment.
All right, Mayor Anderson, with that, we have no more public comment.
Okay, then we will bring the item back to the council for discussion. Who would like to begin? Vice Mayor Candell.
I kind of want to follow up on that last. That was so much that Paul DeBracious said. It was just a lot to come in, but he does bring up, you know, something kind of interesting. If this happened before 1972, we weren't a city, right? I mean, like, or we we may not have the ability to do this now. That was an important way that I had even think about that. Do you have any comments on that, Malin?
What I thought, Mr. I'm probably not pronouncing it correct.
DeBracic, yeah.
DeBracic was getting at is that that there are people in the Glens who may want to make the argument that there is this implied easement, and that we as a city don't have the ability to say there isn't, and they would want to move forward with making that argument, which I don't necessarily disagree with, that they may, you know, private members of the public may choose to make that argument. And we can bring him back if you would like to hear more, but I didn't get that because we were unincorporated that wasn't our right. I just think he didn't think it was our right to give up on that if members of the public were going to make that argument in the future.
Ah, okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then what about this? It's different than that other case because it's not just a trail; it's actually a path between 2 public streets. Is there any legal definition or difference possibly because of that as well?
You know, I can look more at the cases to see if that argument has some weight. But then again, you know, the council this issue is separate from the resolution that was passed by the Planning Commission. So on one hand, we're saying, you know, post 1972, we have a resolution that doesn't convey an easement. And then separately, because many members of the public have said that they've been using this, you know, since the 40s, would the council make a legal argument to litigate this issue on behalf of the public, to say this easement exists separate from condition S3 because of this use. So I did want to just clarify that those are two separate issues, and it doesn't prevent the public from making that argument. But I think here the city is trying to, from the evidence it has, indicate that it doesn't exist pre-1972 for the city to make the argument, and post-1972 from the resolution. But if you want me to kind of fine tune the analysis based on what Mr. Dubrasich indicated regarding the difference between a trail and I think more of a pedestrian easement is how he described it, that there may be some cases that have a different description of the use.
All right, thank you. Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, other thoughts? We're at a point now where you're asking questions or coming up with actual opinions on where we want to move. So, Councilmember Geringer?
Oh, Cam might have had his hand.
Well, I think I got you first. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
So basically, it feels like we got a lot of, or some new information. I have enough questions that I would like, I believe, to have us come back with some more information. One question I had, Mala, and I think that you said this at the end of your opening statements or comments, entering into this agreement doesn't preclude or prejudice the neighbors going forward. And I'm not a lawyer or a real estate attorney, but just clarifying that, and I already prefaced, I'm not ready to make the decision yet on the agreement. Look forward to the discussion with my colleagues, but the agreement wouldn't prejudice the neighbors and the Vessies from working on a compromise, or doesn't prejudice the neighborhood in moving forward with working to make a case for a pre-1972 easement.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. The neighborhood and the Vessies can always negotiate and work out a mutually agreeable arrangement, and likewise, any individual or any group can pursue any property rights they may have.
Okay, thanks. And then I do think that I would like to propose or have council consider that we not approve the settlement agreement tonight, that we have more information brought back. We look at the maps that Mr. Flett had. I agree with Vice Mayor Kandel about getting more definition on the neighborhood versus the public easement. And I believe that that was brought up earlier in our questions before the public comments started. My question is, how much time, would we have if we all agree that we want to come back and we have other information that we want to add to this request for more detail? How much time, based on the legal constraints, would we have, or are there legal constraints on bringing this back and giving the neighborhood and staff and you time to sort of take in everything that's come up tonight?
I think you will need to move forward with a decision by your next council meeting. So if people want to present the additional information like you've requested, I think we would need to have that no later than next Monday. As soon as possible is really would provide us more time to review it. But given that you really need to make a decision one way or another by the next council meeting, if people could provide whatever additional information they'd like to provide that you've requested, I would suggest that be provided by no later than Monday, a week from today.
Okay, and
Okay,
then
so
staff.
can we just clarify something
Okay, go
before
ahead.
you move ahead? Because
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're clear. So Mala, you're suggesting that if people from the public want to give us more information, we need to have that by Monday of next week. But I wasn't clear if Councilmember Geringer was also asking for staff to prepare some information. So I'm just making a bridge back to Councilmember Geringer. So please clarify if you can that.
So thank you, Mayor. My next part was that if If people come forward with information, I think Peter Clark had something, Doug, Mr. Flett had something, and others. If they come forward with that information, having the time for staff and for you, Mala, to be able to review that. And so I think, yeah, I mean, I would like to hear from staff how we work through those constraints.
And maybe since probably some of it will involve Greg's assistance in reviewing some of the documents, I should ask him when he also needs it by, given his existing schedule.
I think by the end of this week. I know that doesn't change a lot from Monday, but it gives us at least the weekend, considering timelines for getting staff reports out for the next meeting.
Okay, and it sounded like, as I said, a number of people have information that we didn't have before this evening. So hopefully that timeline would work.
Okay, Councilmember Burke, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I guess a big comment. I think we're, obviously it looks like we're gonna, well, if the majority decides to, you agreed to continue the item, but I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Geringer's statement, and I just would ask Mala to, if you could just repeat what that last sentence that you did say that Councilmember Geringer just touched on. I don't know if you have it written down, but it would be great to hear it again from you.
I think what you're referring to is that if the council wanted to move forward at a future meeting or tonight on executing the settlement agreements that are before you, that nothing prevents the parties, whether it be the property owners and the neighborhood or any individuals from working out an arrangement that would be mutually agreeable to both sides.
Okay.
This agreement would not impinge on that ability, nor does it affect any property rights that individuals may have.
Okay, thank you. I want to glom onto this concept of working things out to a mutually acceptable circumstance, agreement, framework, the way a community does things, the way that we should be doing things as Lafayette. We've seemed to have lost this somewhere, because all we're doing, and this, I'm not saying this to compel a decision in either way. I'm also not prejudicing my final decision, but I find it just very head scratching why we're always talking about suing each other over something like an easement, and why we've spent an hour and a half, 2 hours discussing this tonight. Sure, it's an important issue, but we have matters of the city during a pandemic and an economic crisis that we could be discussing that would be impacting all 25,000 residents of this city. But instead, we're talking about an issue that is dividing a rather large neighborhood, dividing and fracturing it in half. And I have spent the last 4 years on every other Monday night seeming to listen to a similar type scenario, repeat and repeat. And I guess my question is, and this is, I'm sorry, but this is more of a statement than anything, but when is this going to stop? When are we going to, as a community, come together and work things out so we don't have to come before a city council, or we don't have to come to the government to just make a decision on such an issue that we're discussing tonight? And I'm not chuckling out of laughter like this is a joke. This is a very serious thing. This exemplifies, I think, a problem that we have in our city that you can attach to multiple things, from the work that Susan, Vice Mayor Candela, is leading with our task force to many things. And I would just make a plea. I mean, I would make a request as a volunteer member of this city council for our neighbors and to get together and to work things out and to be neighborly, to be a community. I mean, there seems to be like I said, no end in sight of this cycle of threat of litigation and expense of taxpayer dollars to reach decisions that I just truly believe as humans, as fortunate as we are to live in a place like Lafayette, we are darn fortunate to live in this town, to just get through this by talking to each other. And I would make that request of this town and all my neighbors in it. And if we go to another meeting, if we continue this tonight, then I guess we'll make a decision. The decision we will make as a majority. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burke, thank you for that. So do we have other comments or questions? Vice Mayor Kandel.
Yeah, thank you, Cam. And I agree with that. And it's tough, especially during COVID. And I feel sorry for everybody involved in this crisis and a crisis and a crisis, and looking at this other crisis that's affecting them, personally on both sides. And yeah, if you can, that would be really great. I don't know, and I'm not even sure what our city can do in any case, but we feel, we understand, and we're sorry, and we just would love to, reach a nicer agreement through this if that's possible. I don't know if it is, but I sure hope it is. And why not try again? But back to the issue at hand, I want to add to Teresa's. There was a comment by Mr. Flett. Is there any way that we can keep the walkway open, even if there isn't a public easement, based on that condition? Even if it's not, is there any pathway legally to do that? Because that was in that settlement, in that condition. I think it's a Mala question.
Not unless the Vessies are willing, and at this point, they don't appear to be willing. So,
okay.
Yeah, we couldn't unilaterally, I guess, if the question is such, impose that requirement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, other comments? Councilmember Geringer.
So actually, thank you. That reminded one other thing. So on the, and back to Mr. Flett again. So there are 11 prescriptive easements, or at least Mr. Flett has referred to that. It would be interesting because, and we've heard that some of them provide these are the private easements between different property owners through there. And it sounded like some of them went to the other side of the path on the Glen side. It would be good to understand that. I know we saw the maps that showed the easement on the road for getting access and getting to the home, to people's houses. It felt like there was, or what I heard, that some of those were also easements to pass through there as pedestrians. So I would like to understand, and maybe it's, getting more in the weeds following Cam's eloquent statement, but I would like to understand what those prescriptive easements are, because part of it is that S3 talked about maintaining the private easements. And I think that's where I have kept getting hung up, because I see that and I see keep it open. But the information that we have is that it's not a public. So it's back to that definition of pathway, neighborhood, and then also how wide is that? The people who already get to go through there, and which again, this settlement agreement, if and when we enter into it, does not do anything to those existing private easements, correct?
That's correct.
So yeah, I'd like to understand sort of that piece of that as well.
Can I just clarify? You had used two terms, and I
think wrong.
I think you meant to consistently use that you wanted to have a better understanding of the private easement
And I may
and
have
so-
said public. Yeah, I
You
apologize.
said prescriptive, but I
Yeah.
understood you and I just wanted to clarify. So we can follow up with that.
Thank you. And thanks for clarifying.
Okay. So I'm not quite clear on a direction yet. We've got a lot of good comments. So Councilmember Bliss, where are you?
Yeah, so I mean, I share some of the questions that have been raised already. It sounds like we're potentially headed towards looking at this in a couple of weeks with some additional information, and I'd be comfortable with that. I do think, and I just want to say I completely echo Councilmember Burke's very eloquent statement about, just hoping to find a way forward over the longer term where more of these sort of disagreements can be worked out among community members instead of having to go, through legal channels. But I think there's some additional information it sounds like we'd want to have and come back and look at this in a couple of weeks. I had raised the question earlier and felt like we had gotten part of the way towards the answer in terms of understanding more this idea of the implied access and how public, how you define public in terms of, understood public access to it over the course of many years, going back 70 years or so, as some people have said. So I'd be comfortable with having the additional information brought to council and looking at this at our next meeting, but then I would want to find a way to resolve it that night to avoid any legal exposure as Mala had advised.
Okay, well, I think continuance is fine, but let's be very specific about what information we're looking for, particularly from staff, and what information that we need to have from the public that staff may need to review so that can all happen and meet our required timeline. So I know that Mr. Flett had several maps that I guess he was willing to make available to staff. And so I guess we would like to have Mr. Flett follow through and get that information to staff, hopefully by the end of this week. So it could be in fact looked at and interpreted and understood by staff. So that's one piece. What other pieces are people looking for? Vice Mayor Kendall.
The maps from Peter Clark.
Okay. So Flett and Clark maps. Okay. Next.
Paul Dubersich's analysis based on the different on the other case.
Okay, so let's clarify. Are we looking for Mr. Duberchek to give us some information? Or are we simply asking Mala to follow up on that?
He might be able to give some insight because I think he said he was on the council of one of those cases. So
Okay,
if he has some information, that would be great.
Okay, and Mala, are you clear on the proposed view that he was taking and something that you can follow up on, even if he doesn't have more information?
I think I have an understanding of what he was suggesting. So
Okay.
if he would like to voluntarily provide information, that would be helpful to have by Friday. But if not, I have an understanding of what he was arguing.
Excellent. Okay, that's good. Councilmember Geringer, you were raising your hand. Sorry.
Well, just that I'll make sure I'm not on mute, that it was about the definitions again, where we started in the beginning about sort of neighborhood, and then what his specific was pathways versus trails. And then the other question that I believe we wanted answered was around the definition of neighbors and neighborhood. So what constitutes the public easement? Is this just a neighborhood? Because that was where BBK Mala had in the trust decision that was just made. Are we clear on this applies as a neighborhood? So is that clear, Mala? I'm kind of looking to Mala to.
Are you wanting more case law on on usage, I guess.
I think
Because I think there was two issues, right? One, as you had indicated, that Mr. Jubrasich had indicated there may be a different standard that could be utilized for a non-trail that he thinks is more applicable here. And then I'm also gathering that maybe you want a better understanding of what neighbors or neighborhood constitutes.
Right, and I think that has more to do with the pre-1972 that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting.
Which is the trust case.
Correct, and that also, and that Don Tatson brought up. So they're both, I think, related to the trust case, and I see Vice Mayor Candell nodding her head. So I think just a better understanding of that, another sort of review and opinion of that from council.
Okay, well, Mala's nodding her head, so I think she's understanding that. So that's on the list. Are there other items? Vice Mayor Candell?
So when the agreements in 2000 went through, I mean, they made a pretty clear distinction about the vehicular versus the pedestrian access. And I know intent, maybe it doesn't count, but it kind of counts to me. I would like to know what they were saying in terms of this easement and the right for people to walk on it, because maybe they didn't actually put it in writing, but maybe they were talking about it. I would like to know that.
Okay, so we do have the minutes from the meeting.
They don't say.
Right, which you can review. And
okay,
is there something more you want done?
No, I don't think anybody else has had time to review these as well. I mean,
I took a quick look. I didn't see anything that was earth-shattering, but yeah, I mean, so I guess all I'm trying to do is just clarify what we want staff to do. So if we're looking for staff to review something, we can indicate that. I think we have the minutes. You can take a look at them and see what they were talking about.
Right.
But the result was no public easement was required or created. So.
Right.
Okay, other items that we want to continue this item to receive. Okay, no. Councilmember Bliss, anything from you, sir?
Nothing in addition to what's already been mentioned.
Okay, all right. So basically then, I think what we're looking for is a motion to continue this item to our next meeting, which will be, City Clerk, on... Stop listening to that music. I see you over there.
November 23rd.
Okay, November 23rd.
Yeah.
And we have several items here we've just discussed that would be brought back to us. Some are actually from public members, which would need to be in the hands of staff by the end of the week. So we can take those into consideration. And I think there's also just a general plea for community to operate more like a community out there, which I think Councilmember Burks did a good job of describing. So do I have a motion along those lines?
I move that we table this or move this to a date. Continue. Thank you. That we continue this item to a date certain, November 23rd, 2020 council meeting.
Second.
Okay, sounds good. And all the items we've discussed are things that we'd like to see staff review and bring back to us at that continued meeting. Is that acceptable for the motion?
Yes.
Yes, thumbs up. Okay, I like that. All right. Any discussion on the motion and second? I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Candell.
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
And I'm a yes. So we will bring this item back at our meeting, November 23rd. We hope that we can receive information from the public by the end of the week so that staff can also include their analysis of that information for consideration at the meeting on the 23rd. And there's much indication that the 23rd is a date that we need to make a decision on this agreement. So if you have information or have interest, please get that to us or plan on attending the meeting on the 23rd. All right, so with that, we unanimously have passed that continuance. We'll move on our agenda to public hearings. Mr. Latza, this is on establishing a temporary cap on third-party food delivery service fees during the local emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor,
Latza.
and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. On October the 13th, you directed staff to prepare an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary cap on third-party food delivery services. And by third-party food delivery services, I mean firms like DoorDash, Postmates, and Uber Eats, which charge a fee for delivering food from the restaurants to a person's home. The ordinance before you, Ordinance 680, is an urgency ordinance, and I just want to quickly go through the highlights. It will take effect 7 days after adoption. It establishes a cap of up to 15% of the purchase price of the order, the online order for delivery, a commission cap of 10% on pickup services, and a separate fee of up to 3% on credit card processing fees. The enforcement of this ordinance it's a civil matter between the delivery service and the restaurant, and the ordinance outlines the steps needed to be taken in order to resolve any disputes. This urgency ordinance requires 4 affirmative votes of the council in order to pass. As far as impact on city resources, it's going to be limited in terms of staff time because we will be publicizing the adoption of the ordinances and informing the chamber and our local restaurants. But there is a cost associated with publishing this ordinance in the newspaper, and the city clerk estimates that to be about $1,500 or greater. The city attorney and I are here to answer any questions you may have. The Chamber of Commerce has not taken a position on this ordinance.
Okay, are there questions from the council of staff? Okay, looks like people are pretty clear. All right, so let's have a motion to open the public hearing.
I move we open the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. We'll now open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
There's no public comment at this time, Mayor Anderson.
All right, well, let's give folks a moment just in case they're doing something else.
They can use the raise their hand function or hit *9. And nope, no public comment.
Okay, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move we close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We'll do a quick vote on the closure. Vice Mayor Kandel,
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Burks,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. So we have now completed the public hearing process. And the item before us would basically be an urgency ordinance, so it goes in effect without a second hearing. Okay, so do I have a motion or any discussion? Councilmember Burke.
Can I ask what, I know it's in the staff report, but what cities have in the Bay Area have implemented such a similar ordinance? Narup?
I believe the city of Walnut Creek recently adopted it. The city of Pleasanton was considering it. Berkeley has an ordinance in place. And I want to say Oakland as well, Council Member Burks.
Okay, so it's not widely seen ordinance within the Bay Area.
Yes. The Alameda County adopted an ordinance, but it was only restricted to the unincorporated areas and not to all the cities within Alameda County. Contra Costa County has not adopted a similar ordinance.
And has the mayor's conference raised this to your knowledge?
No, we haven't had a conversation about it.
Okay. My question really is, it goes to Mr. Pease's letter, associated with the government's intervention associated with business matters, and the way that markets work. And when there's a demand for service, the government allowing free enterprise to adjust their models to compensate and ensure that profitability. And does the government have a role in that if it's not adversely impacting services to the community? And I'm very sensitive to that. I believe in our general market system and the way our businesses operate within the country, and in Lafayette and the county. And there are adjustments that businesses can make who utilize these Uber Eats and DoorDash and so forth to compensate for their fee structure. And I think it's worth deliberating. Because if we rush into emotion without deliberating, I think that would demonstrate to our constituents and certainly to our business. I want to protect Lafayette businesses more than anybody. I think the community knows that, but this can go either way at the next meeting on another topic. So I do think we owe it to the business community writ large, whether it's a major corporate conglomerate like Uber Eats or that operates throughout the country, or to a small local business here in Lafayette. So I'm a bit conflicted, where the government jumps in and where we don't.
Okay. Vice Mayor Kendall.
I was the one who approached the chamber, and Jay put out a survey and got not a ton of answers, but enough answers to show how Uber Eats and most of these companies have during a crisis, there is that part that goes, you're price gouging, right? Does it meet that criteria where in a crisis or in an emergency, they're not allowed to do something so big as to be considered price gouging? I'm sure there's legal definitions on there.
There are,
but yeah, there are. And so
Yeah.
I don't know if we're in that territory, but they made massive increases, and they are making the delivery companies are now making a lot of money, and our restaurants, their complete models have shifted, right, in order to survive. And we're going to go back into that situation right now where all of a sudden they're spending so much more money on when they used to do these delivery services kind of as a side, kind of like hey, let's keep our customers happy out there. And they weren't making any money on it. They weren't. They were making money on their restaurants. And it was more like they were providing a service to the community to do these Uber Eats because the margins were so slim. And that was when they weren't charging as much. And now they've more than doubled their charges during this time. And if there's no other delivery service for the restaurants, and they can't, and now it's truly costing them too much money to do, it leaves them in an untenable position. That was the description that I was getting from them. And not a lot of movement or understanding, because we had a meeting with Uber Eats and Postmates, and there was not, they say, oh, we'll work with you, but then they don't when it comes right down to it. They weren't.
Work with the
With
city
the
or
restaurants,
the
work with the restaurants in order to, oh, well, if we do this partnership, maybe we'll cut our fees kind of thing. And it just never was happening. And so all they did was get these higher fees. And unfortunately, Narup missed the meeting. I was there, Jay was there. And if you had been listening to the restaurant owners in that meeting, it was unfortunate they're not here tonight, probably because they were working all day, or maybe still open. And I just want to make sure that they were really feeling like they need this in order to help them survive during this time, especially since we're probably going to go closing back down. And that's where I think in an emergency, this is a 6-month thing, right? It's a 6-month thing. It has an end time. And it's a pretty reasonable end time to get us through winter until they can get more outdoor, and hopefully we've got COVID more solved and get the outdoor seating. So I look at it more like that, like an emergency quick fix. We asked the county to do it, and candidates, they weren't interested in doing it. And that was unfortunate, because then we would have saved all of us cities having to go through this. But they didn't. So I think it is important for our restaurants right now, for this winter, for this time, to help them out in any way we can, and just to return them maybe to the old rates. That's basically what we're doing. These are like the old rates they used to have, and now they're much bigger than this. And during this time, that's how I see this argument. So just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, no. I if I could respond, Mr. Mayor, to
Yeah, go right ahead.
And I completely understand where your point of view is on this, to the Vice Mayor Kendall, and agree with all of it, really, with most of it. I don't on the price gouging, that's a black and white thing. And if I can look to Mala or to Narup, I don't believe the state has passed any laws associated with price gouging when it comes to food delivery fees. Are you aware of any? I mean, I know there's rent related,
Correct.
After major fires and things like that. The thing I know, and I know it'll sunset, but I just want to point out that, we certainly would be helping our restaurants, but it would be at the cost of, the opportunity cost, at least. I don't know what the fees, I don't know how Uber Eats and DoorDash and the other companies, how they're surviving during all of this.
Record profits.
In Lafayette.
Record profits.
In Lafayette.
Yeah, because they're charging so much more.
Okay, so I don't know what record profits mean, but I don't in Lafayette, because I don't know how many restaurants they service or who's signed up for the service. But I am for supporting our restaurants. I'm for supporting our businesses. I was very pleased with, the services that we provided with, the administrative side of requesting loan relief that went really, really well. I was hoping that, our commercial property owners would provide breaks on lease amounts for, their tenants. So I'm with you more than you think I am, probably, it sounds like. But again, it's one of those things of like, so why didn't Supervisor Anderson go for this?
I can respond to that.
Okay.
I did pose a question to her office, and the response was, we really haven't had a request from the cities for a county-wide ordinance. Let us know when there is. And I checked with the other city managers, and not all the cities were taking this on.
It doesn't sound like any.
No, Walnut Creek, I do have Walnut Creek, Berkeley, San Francisco, South San Francisco, San Leandro, and Fremont have these, have caps. But, and it wasn't that they refused our request for a countywide ordinance. They weren't approached for such an ordinance by the majority of the cities.
Okay. Were those other ones, I'm just curious, were those other ordinances, did they sunset at a similar duration?
Caps. They're all temporary.
They're all temporary. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So they really are related to the COVID-19
Yeah,
circumstance more than anything else. I think Vice Mayor Kendall put that very clearly. Let me move to Councilmember Geringer and see what she has.
So just in response to Cam's, thanks Narup for finding all of that in the staff report, because there were a number of cities. And I did speak with someone from Walnut Creek, and the difference between this temporary ordinance and Walnut Creek's is that this one ends whenever we end our emergency moratorium, our emergency declaration. Walnut Creek's extends it, and I want to say extends it by 180 days. And Vice Mayor Kendall, thank you for the great, report and out from the meeting. You had mentioned something about 6 months, but was that kind of a guess about how long we might be? Or I was trying to find that. It looked like whenever
I thought it was actually 6 months, but I guess you're right. It was emergency. In my head, I must have said 6 months.
But emergency. Yeah, I would not point at that. I just wanted to make sure. So it goes until we end our declaration. One of the questions I was going to have was, do we extend that? But it also says in the agreement that before the declaration, we can also look at this and decide whether to extend it. So that was just on the timing piece of it. And Cam, I, read Matt Pease's piece and definitely appreciate the slippery slope, if you will, of doing these kinds of things and getting into, the middle of markets and business and having government sort of move ourselves, insinuate ourselves into that. But I also, because it's a temporary ordinance, and because I do believe that the amounts, I read the PowerPoint presentation, I've read some of the other articles, and whether there's a specific definition of price gouging, the range has gone, it's kind of like that high peak traffic time, and Uber makes everything more expensive at that time. That's what appears to have been happening now. And, it's anywhere between 10% and 30%. And one of the things about this temporary cap, and that I think is based on other cities that have done it, and probably maybe even Walnut Creek, is that it puts it into that middle of the range. So it's still above sort of the normal pricing, but it's not, it forces them to meet the businesses, the restaurants, kind of halfway. So I think that it's not as onerous on, the Uber Eats, the Postmates, all of the ones that, yes, it's infringing on their ability to do free market and operating, but in an emergency time. I am currently of a mind, pending more deliberation, of supporting a temporary cap as presented in the ordinance.
Okay. Councilmember Bliss, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I share Councilmember Burke's concern about, being mindful about when we intervene in the market and being mindful about not overstepping. So I think that's a really key concern. I appreciate him raising it. I do think that that this is a reasonable cap. I think if you look at what other cities have done, both the percentage level that we'd be talking about setting seems fair and allows the delivery companies to continue to do business and to thrive, especially given the increased volume they're seeing right now. And also, I think the fact that it would be pegged to the public health emergency and the economic exigencies that restaurants are facing, I think makes it a good policy tool because it's very clear in what it's trying to do, but it's also very focused time-wise and also in terms of the percentages that we're talking about. So I would be comfortable while acknowledging the concerns that Councilmember Burks rightly raises, I'd be comfortable supporting the emergency ordinance.
Okay, and I really do think as I look at the restaurants and go downtown, we have a lot of dining outside, which is really making the difference. But it's getting cold. I mean, the last couple of days suddenly it's like, wow, where'd the frost come from? And that means that the outdoor dining is just not going to be something people are going to be able to do, which then means they need to go inside. Well, but now we have a spiking in COVID. So we're actually beginning to move away from orange back to red. So it just seems to me that given the circumstance, our role to step in and try to give these restaurants an opportunity to survive is, although it interferes with the market, it may just be appropriate for this period of time, particularly as we go into this winter period where it's going to be critical for these folks to have some kind of business if they're going to survive and then come out on the other side of the COVID pandemic. So I'm not one who likes to meddle in the free market, but one of the things about the free market is that when you get the guy down, you can beat the heck out of him. You typically do. And sometimes that's not a good thing. Sometimes, otherwise it's okay. Anyway, so enough of that. Councilmember Brooks, you were going to say something. I cut you off.
No, no, not at all, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate. So this is what I wanted. I just wanted discussion, and I commend the vice mayor for spearheading this. And I've read every word of this package, and I'm for it. I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of giving our local businesses the opportunity to survive during a period which is going to get worse. And not just the weather, in terms of being able to sit outside, which will happen, but what's happening with COVID-19. So I think that this is exactly the right thing to do, and I think it's structured in the right way. And I'm for it. I'm supportive of it. I just wanted to have a discussion around our place. And I think there's a right time to do things and a wrong time to do things. And when I believe when government meddles, or when government perhaps interferes in market conditions, more times than not, it's the wrong thing. I think this is the right time to do it. And so I do commend the vice mayor for spearheading this. And I'll go ahead and make the motion to support the vice mayor's spearheading initiative, and to impose a temporary cap. And
so the motion would be to adopt ordinance 680.
Yeah, that's right. I got to read that. Yeah, so I'd make a motion to adopt ordinance 680.
Excellent.
A second.
Okay, very happy second there. Well done, Vice Mayor Kendall. This is a nice piece of work on your part. Okay, any discussion before we call the question? All right, Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, so we will go ahead with this ordinance. It will become active in 7 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Thank
Okay, good follow through on a really important issue and a good conversation too. So thank you for that. We'll move now to council members' reports on activities and matters for future agenda. Any reports from council members? Councilmember Geringer.
So just a couple of quick things. We do have Vice Mayor Kendall and I have city schools meeting coming up next week on November 18th. So if you have any questions or issues you'd like raised, you can bring them up. You can bring them up now, or you can share them with Nirup or Jennifer Wakeman, who has been working to get us all together. Just quickly on CCTA, I can't remember if I mentioned at the last meeting, but Randy Iwasaki, the executive director, has announced that he'll be leaving at the end of the year. There was a subcommittee formed and to look at the search and going forward. So there'll be some announcements coming out on that coming up in the next month or so. And then also, I know everybody's waiting on sales tax numbers. In the sales tax analysis that will be presented to the CCTA Authority Board next week, also on the 18th, the numbers that are coming in are higher, about 3.25% higher than last fiscal year. But still everyone's being cautious because, you know, it has to do with advances and late payments and all the things that happen and how the sales tax dollars come down to the authority. But very good news. And I know at the mayor's conference, the mayor and vice mayor heard, but also the authority board will be entertaining approval for moving forward with the grant for the automated vehicle program and pilot programs for Innovate, also connected to Innovate 680, but a pilot program for a Rossmore first and last mile shared autonomous vehicles. And then also in working with the county hospital to provide accessible transportation for patients on demand getting to and from the hospital for appointments. And so those pilot programs will be coming forward and will be demonstration projects as CT over the next year or so. And Jack Hall credited Randy Iwasaki and his connections and longtime relationships at being able to make sure that we get the authority gets those grants and that they come to Contra Costa County. And I wanted to make sure we didn't let the request from Marianne Hoisington about watching or taking a position in writing on behalf of our residents, maybe potentially considering the mayor draft a letter to the CPUC, and I believe it would have to come back at a future meeting regarding charging PG&E customers a different rate than the MCE customers or other aggregated customers.
Yeah, okay, that's a good catch. Thank you. You can certainly do that. Other announcements from council members of activities? Okay, Vice Mayor Kendall.
So I had mentioned at the last one about the all the cities pushing against the RENA requirements. I now have a letter was drawn up by the lawyers down at the city of Mission Viejo, who are leading the charge of Northern California and Southern California. I do have a draft letter for Northern California. If we want to look at that and consider it, sending one from us. I sent it already to Mayor Tom Butteridge.
Right.
I sent it already to the mayor's conference as well.
Right. Yeah. I think we should put that on our agenda for the next meeting. So, and just quickly, I think on the RENA situation, I think we were at 1,600 units. Is that the 4 times what we had in our previous cycle? So,
because they're having us catch up as well from all the previous cycles in this cycle.
All our sins will be washed away. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other comments from council members' activities? All right, city managers update.
I don't have an update, but I did want to say that the Public Safety Committee, council members Burks and Bliss are meeting next week on the 18th to be updated by the police chief on the training that was that the council had asked for as part of the police review. If you recall, earlier in the year, the police chief had come up with 5 recommendations. He's going to be presenting an update to the Public Safety Committee next week.
Okay, fair enough. Councilmember Burks, you have a question or?
Well, I was just I'd forgotten to say something before Narup went, but the public.
Well, we can go back. Go
reminded me.
ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
did. Then to the city manager, Narup, thank you for bringing up a very important meeting that we're going to have that will represent some follow through on some commitments made that were enormously important, I think, to our community. I would like to commend the city manager's leadership and the chief's leadership in our police department, who I thought managed multiple pre-national election activities in town very, very well. And these activities were clear demonstrations of First Amendment rights, but they could have gone south very quickly given the emotions that were running high between supporters of both candidates. And I thought Chief Aldrett, in particular, really his level-headedness, and all of our officers' level-headedness really just shined very bright during a time that could have gone a different way. So I just wanted to publicly, I've been planning to do this and almost forgot. I'm sorry. Wanted to publicly thank Narup for your overall leadership, and Ben, and for all of our officers and staff in the police department for leading up to November 3rd. And we still could see some things happen, and I'm sure that, and I have complete confidence that they would handle it really well. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Okay, Narup, any other items under city manager's update?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Rates for fiscal year 2021 from the Solid Waste Authority. Councilmember Gary, you want to run through this one?
I was going to let you go through your last one.
No, thank you.
So as the report actually lays out all of the lays out what we're being asked to consider, we have what this will do is this is part of the process that we go through for Recycle Smart, and Mayor Anderson and I met with the executive director and the person, and I'm forgetting her name right now, and the city manager, Marv,
Yeah.
thank you, who provide all of the information about the budget, about what the needs are, about our road impact fees. And we actually look at how that impacts what the dollars are, or the rate increase would be needed to cover the expenses. Also look at, do we want to build any kind of an additional reserve? As you'll see in the financial statements, we have a reserve already. So when we looked at covering all of the hauler and authority expenses, I would say that item number 2 in the analysis says generate an adequate reserve to cover unexpected rate shocks. Over the last several years prior to my being on this committee, we've built up a reserve. So this year we actually looked at the amount that was needed on the increase, the 4.3, gets us to covering those other expenses, does the franchise fees and the vehicle impact fees, but did not build our reserve at the sort of expense of increasing the rates even more during this time of COVID. So we did what was needed to cover expenses, and we have a big enough reserve to cover any sort of future unexpected shocks to the system, any rate shocks. And then also by just kind of pointing out that making sure that it remains affordable. And so you'll see the financial analysis, and then on the last page, it shows what the rates would be for the various residential services and commercial services. And I think that what we're asking for is we're presenting this to you so that you know that the next steps will be that it will go to the Recycle Smart the board, and will be approved at that time. We'll have an opportunity to weigh in if the council decides that the 4.3 or the rationale for how we got there is, you have questions about that. So we're just asking for guidance and basically letting you know.
So any questions about what's being proposed?
And I don't know
One
if
thing I
any-
wanted just to
I was gonna
add,
s-
is- go ahead.
No, I was
Councilmember
going to
Garrett,
say,
go ahead.
if I didn't know if you would have something you wanted to add.
Well, I would just, I want to see if there are any questions, but I was going to add kind of on a positive note, is that over the last few years, there have been expected shocks to the overall system because we had new contracts that were being negotiated and there were costs that were being added because certain services were being modified due to lawsuits. And there's been a lot of kind of tumult in the market, but we've kind of, floated right above most of that and kept the rate increases very reasonable. And we have built up a good sized reserve. And I think we're probably at a point now in the next cycle where we can begin to look at that reserve. And if we have an interest in using some of it for, we can put in anything that's a recycled based material. So Walnut Creek has done a lot of park benches and enclosure for trash and things that are related to the environment and use green materials, but can be funded out of this reserve. So it's something to think about going forward. And I know that when we were talking about the homes at Deer Hill, there was a thought that some of that money could be used to help with some of the play equipment that was being considered, and we didn't have enough money to actually pay for. So I'm just going to put that on the table for future thinking, is that there's some money there that probably would be available for something along those lines in the next year or two. So don't lose track of that. And we'll still be receiving our $1 million of vehicle impact fees, which is basically to balance the impact of the garbage trucks destroying our roads. So that's a good thing. Anyway, any questions, thoughts, concerns? If not, then we'll simply allow this to go forward as our new rates. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we go to written communications. We have a letter requesting the reappointment of Jim Fitzsimmons to the Board of Trustees for the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control Administration. So, this is one of those situations where Jim's been doing this for a long, long time. I don't think anybody else has ever gone on this.
He gets $100 a month. Come on.
Right. Well, if anyone's really hankering, this is a big chance. I really appreciate Jim's dedication and taking care of this. And I hope we can consider his reappointment. I would certainly suggest that that's a good idea.
Absolutely.
So if there's no concern, maybe a motion from someone and a second would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Councilmember Bliss.
Aye.
Councilmember Burks.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
And I'm a yes, and a thanks to Mr. Fitzsimmons for carrying on in this capacity. Then we have an email on behalf of the Al Costa Chapter Board of Directors requesting a proclamation recognizing November 8th through 14th as National Nurse Practitioners Week in Lafayette. Well,
I have a question.
Go right ahead.
Would that conflict with we proclaim November as National Native American Month? Is there a conflict with the overlap? Probably not.
I think I'll have to ask our city attorney and see if there's a conflict there.
I think it's at your discretion
Yeah,
how
okay.
many
Okay.
even if there were multiple weeks or
Okay.
or months.
I
I think it's
sorry.
your pleasure.
It was a nit. I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
No, it's good. So any motions on this item?
I
Councilmember Bliss?
Yeah, I'd be happy to make a motion that we approve this proclamation. And in so doing, I just want to briefly say, I think this is just a great thing for us to be standing up and honoring, nurse practitioners in the Bay Area, in California, and nationally have been such a pivotal player in expanding access, addressing inequities in access to healthcare, and really helping us as a country take small step towards controlling the cost of healthcare in our country. So I think they're often unsung heroes in a healthcare system that's improved, but still has a long way to go. So I think I'm honored to make this motion in support of this proclamation.
I'll second.
And there's a second.
Agree completely.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, I have to agree. The nurse practitioners are a really important piece of the puzzle. Okay, we'll call the question. Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kendall,
Aye.
Councilmember Bliss,
Aye.
Councilmember Burke,
Aye.
and I'm a yes, so we will definitely get that proclamation in play. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
We certainly can. So how about 10:35?
Perfect.
Can I,
10:35, we'll be in closed session.
Second. Oh,
can I just ask
You-
a question? Have you all received your WebEx link?
The new one? Yeah.
Yes.
I just sent it to camburks@yahoo.com, Councilmember Burks. So you should have it now.
I
just sent it a minute ago.
because a new one came, right?
Is there
Yeah,
a new one?
because I had to extend the,
Oh,
okay.
Well, if you sent it, I'm sure we have it.
I'll let you know when it comes in. Nirup,
I don't have it either.
Yeah, it hasn't come in yet.
I
But
saw it come. It came at 8:30.
Oh, here it
Is
goes.
that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Nirup? I have one that came at 8:30.
yes.
yes, I
Yeah.
just saw it too.
Okay, I
Yeah,
think
we
I
got
have
it.
it.
Okay, so that's the one we should use.
Yes, please. And if one of you, if you don't mind, sending that to Councilmember Burks at camburks@yahoo.com.
yeah, thank you. It didn't come through
Yeah,
for some reason. I'm sorry.
no worries.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will adjourn to our closed session. And be there
10:35.
10:35, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, give me a half a sec to get everything going. Anderson, how are you?
Doing fine, and you?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay, good stuff. So
My
we are
voice,
out of
my voice has gotten better for some reason.
Yeah, it needs exercise.
Yeah.
It needs exercise. So we are out of closed sessions. There are no reportable actions from our closed session. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Good night.
Good night, you
Good
guys.
night. Good night.
Night, Jeff.